Hey, it's Dan, and welcome to Unified Gaming. So in this one, I want to go through and showcase scribing and what it all means. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and kind of really how can you use this in PvP in particular. With this, I want to go through and show the different permutations, good skills, bad skills, and also how to actually get onto the PTS and make a character to get all these stuff if you want to test yourself. As always, obviously, if you like my stuff, then like, comment, all that stuff really helps. And just a huge thanks to everyone at Patreon. So when you get onto the PTS server, in order to get access to all the goodies and the scribe stuff, you do need to make a new character. So really quickly, we're going to make one right now. And I just want to quickly just announce, there is a bug on the PTS that if you load into a character in the Scholarium, it does crash you. So if you're on PTS and you do load a character in this place, it will crash and you'll need to make one each time. So I'm just going to get rid of this one quick. And then we'll go and make a new character. And we're going to make a magical warden. I think warden's a really good class to kind of showcase what you can do with the system because it's got a good set of base stats and like just base skills and buffs. So we're going to go scribe, test, pick our class, and you want to go to the top left and pick the template. Scribing toolkit, maximum level. Boom. We're going to pick a dark elf because it's a PvP race, and then we're going to go with warden, and that way we can access everything. We've selected the right template, we've chosen our class, and we've picked our race. One thing to note though is when you do this, if you do make a new character, and I say I chose warden, and I change the template, it will change the class. So just be mindful that you change the template first and then you pick the class that you want, because that does mess it up. But yeah, we're going to go on a warden. We're going to just randomize their appearance. Let's do a couple of these. We'll go for a male there. So dark elf, warden, template on, let's go. As with the scribing system itself, I'm going to showcase kind of how you can access it and the skills. So if there are any skill suggestions that you want to see, then let me know in the comments, and I'll obviously do my best to showcase it, and we'll see what we can create as a community. Okay, so we're almost in game. It just takes a while the first time it loads a new character on the PTS. So we're in game now, and when you get onto the PTS, you want to jump into the Scholarium. This is this portal here, and it's in Skingard. I would suggest, if you are curious and you want to actually properly test it, set up your build roughly like you would normally use, and then that way you get a good idea for the stats and stuff you will see. So I'm just going to quickly throw together just a rough build so we get an idea of what we would expect, and then we can jump in. When you get into the PTS on this template, you want to get all the Grimoires container that's in your inventory, in supplies, and this will give you access to every skill. And then if you get the UA or ELA of everything else, the other stuff, you get access to all the items and so on. So we're going to grab the stuff and just set up a quick build, and then jump into Scholarium and make some stuff. So one of the easiest ways to make a PvP build, especially for testing nowadays, is getting the mythic item from Necrom and getting the Talk of the Last Aided King. It's got a really good set of just core stats that will give you a good idea of what tooltips you would expect on a real build. You got 1300 weapon and spell damage, the regens, and then all you do is just put on some attributes in. So I'm going to go with all Magicka. Most Magicka PvP builds have around 22 to 28k Magicka, unless you're a sorcerer, just because you generally pump health now because it's more stat dense. So I put a couple in health. I'm going to go 32, 32. Put on some food just so we get an idea of what our stuff would look like. There's our consumables. Let's get our food and then our glyphs. So as I said, all I'm doing is literally just throwing together a rough build that we'd normally see. Bear Hunch is quite a popular food currently, so we're going to use that. And then you can see we've got 30,000 health, which is quite common in PvP. We're going to just put on a few pieces. This is medium, heavy, heavy, medium, light, heavy, medium. We're going to change this to medium. So just grab a quick set. And we're pretty much ready to go and just test these skills now. I did set up a build before the stream, but because I was in the Scribing, I couldn't actually get in there because it crashes when you load it up again. So that is something to factor in. So 1, 2, 3 medium, 4 medium, 2 heavy, 1 light. That's quite a common setup in PvP. And I'm just going to go and just put on triglyphs on everything, just so we get a general stat sort of page that you'd normally expect when you go with 3 damage glyphs. So we are pretty much ready to jump in and test it now. And what I want to do in this one is kind of show you the skills that are good and what you can obviously tweak, change, what would work well for certain classes. So all we're doing basically is trying to get our weapon and spell damage to what you'd expect, and then our max resource. So then when we actually put on our new skills, we got an idea of what the real stats would be. I'm just going to put on a betting etch on the back bar. So then this way, what we can now see is we have 5.4k weapon and spell damage, which for a magical warden is pretty standard. You might eke up to about 6,000. So, and you've got 22k. I'm going to just put on a bit more stats just to push that a little bit higher. We're going to go get our bulwark weapons too. So we use a lightning staff because that's what people often use, or a maul. So again, we can test it for magic and stamina builds. And we can obviously push our stats a little bit higher with different ways. And the last thing I'm going to grab is, and I will just make a quick house, a Munderstone, and then we are good to go. So we have pretty much everything ready to go for testing. And then we'll jump into the Scribing and go from there. If you get any questions though about kind of using the PTS, do let me know. And I will be putting the video on public because it's not on public just yet. There we go. Yeah, all we need to grab is just the Munderstone, and then we are good to go, and we can showcase everything because we've got a proper build to just test properly. I'm just going to go and grab the Warrior Munders, which again I know is not one that you'd normally use in PvP, but it's just for the stat page, so we get a tooltip that's kind of reflective of what we'd expect. Yeah, so 5.4k. I don't think that Mundus applied. No. Okay, so I think we are good to go and test the thing now. So we are going to jump into there. We have almost 6,000 weapon stroke spell damage. It will scale off whatever's higher, and 20 odd k resource. So that's kind of what you'd see on a PvP build. And then we can obviously go and see how it actually feels. So in order to get to the Scribing, you want to go into your Orbis map, Ivea, which is the Mage Guild region you unlock when you complete the quest. There's a new region down here called the Scribing, and inside here there's a way shrine. So you can fast travel into it, and when you get in there, it's pretty straightforward of where you need to go. Okay, so we've just loaded in. We've made a quick template test character that we can use, which will give us a really good baseline for PvP builds, skills, things you might actually want to see. I have done a few tests earlier today because I was like unlocked from the sort of just everything that happened before, so we can obviously show some of the changes too. When you get in here, if you don't access the Grimoire stuff, you can't open it all, so you do need to make sure that you use them. A few people have gone to the PTS and not put this on, and then they don't have access to all of their bits. So when you get into the Scalari, you have essentially 11 skills that you can test. One is locked though, and you do need to pick up from a quest quickly. So I'll show you how to get that in a moment. And you've got some that are bound to weapon types, so you do need to have weapons. Some that are kind of just generic, that are like just Soul Burst or the spammable version, which we'll get in a second. And you do have some guild ones and an alliance war. With every one of these skills, you do need to own the Gold Road chapter. So if you don't have the Gold Road chapter, you can't use this feature just yet. And you would only have to be able to use it in a year or so when they release it on ESO+. Within each skill, what you can do is you've got essentially a focus, then an affix, and then you've got a suffix on top. We're going to get all of our bits now. So there's all of the scripts unlocked. And then you can see you have essentially the main type of the main effect, a secondary effect, and then like a tertiary effect. You'll notice the skill always does a core function. So Soul Burst is always an AoE around you. And this AoE, you can make it to a shield. You can make it heal you or allies. You can immobilize and lock people in place. Do magic damage, physical damage. You could use it as an AoE pull. So if you want to go and use it like a Ratajan sword and board, so the sword and board skill that you use on a tank, this is good because you can just use it as an alternative. And then you can then amplify this further with more uniqueness. If you are a warden, which is why I chose this, you get a really cool class mastery. You create an area for 2 seconds under your target once every 8 seconds. That snares people by 70%. Charms them, which is a stun. If there's no enemies, you get magic and stamina back. This is really, really good. So I really like this, I do. And it's a really, really strong class mastery, one of the better ones, in my opinion. And then you can then add on a third effect, and then you get your custom skill. Once you've scribed your custom skill, you can then go and slot it to your bar, and then you can go and go forward from there, really. Cheers for the sub, Jason. Once it's on the bar, you'll notice that the skill doesn't have any ranks on it, so you can't level them up. They're like just max level. That's the power you get on it. And then one thing to note with the skills is when you do it, the skill, you can only have one copy of that skill. So if I went back into the skill itself, I can only have one copy, which can be a little bit annoying. I'm also going to, just for the moment, disable the like notification bit on the right. So that way you can see the actual thing, it's fully itself. So we got that there. So if I wanted to make a new copy of this skill, I would have to like overwrite what I've done before, which is fine, and it does keep like templates. I can only change one thing at a time, which is really useful, and you can go and change 2 or 3 if you really wish. The cost is shown down here, so this will take 2 ink, and this ink you can get from just playing the game. Delves, dungeons, PvP rewards, etc, etc. You'll get this just playing the game, basically. Once you are done, even if you've got an empty slot and you're not going to change it, you do have to still pick the one you've got. So even though I want to keep Breach, I have to keep it there and then scribe it. This will then update the skill. The skill is now changed to Magical Burst, and it's an AoE around me. So you see it's quite a big AoE around you. So that's kind of how the system works in a nutshell. What I want to now do is kind of pick up the quest that will give us the extra skill that's not on here. It's really easy to grab. All you do is you go to Skingrad, which is down here, and you speak to the mage, and that gave it to me last time. And that's one of the better spammables in my opinion. Really, really good skill. I've also, just on a side note with the channel, I've bought a new cable for my microphone. So if the audio is better tonight and it doesn't cut out, can you let me know? Because I need to know whether I need to keep it or not, essentially. In order to get the extra skill that's not on the test character, which is a little bit annoying, you have to go to the Mage Guild. And then you have to kind of start the quest and speak to people, and it kind of adds it on. It's a little bit buggy, so just do factor that in. So we're just going to go down and get a skill called Wield Soul. It's a really good skill, one of the better ones in my opinion. And I spoke to this woman before who gave it to me. So script unlocked. And I believe that gave us access to it now just by doing that there. So I'm going to talk to the person on the inside. I have to go to Vulcan. Just waiting for it to load. Sorry, let me move away from the door. That's really bugging me, that is. So we're just popping in here, and the person was in here last time. And we went all the way to, I think I'm on a different alliance, so that's why I was a little bit confused. Apologies about that. We're going to travel hither. Andreas asks, is this system account-wide, or do you have to do it on every character? It's a bit of both. So how this system works is when you get the Scribing system, it's about a 4 to 6 hour quest. So if you focus on kind of listening to the lore and all that stuff, it's about 6 hours in total. For me personally, I would do that. I like all that stuff. And then once you've done it on one character, it unlocks on all characters. So my advice would be to go and do it on one character, get everything you need there, and then all of the scripts, the prefixes, the affixes, etc., they are all unlocked for any other character. And all you have to do is do a quick 10-15 minute, like, join the guild type thing, and then you're ready to go. So I'm just speaking to this person here, which gave me access to the skill last time. We have much to discuss, you and I. Yeah. So this is what I did last time, and it triggered the extra skill, which is not shown on the template, which is a little bit annoying. So we're going to pop back now. We should have access to that extra skill. The one thing to note with this system is when I was playing around with it, some of the stuff we can make really fixed gaps in certain classes. So there was a skill that I've made earlier that basically became an execute for Magical Warden, which was amazing. So we're still missing the second weld skill, which... Let me just check there's nothing in here that I need to grab. So I had this bug last time where there's a skill down here that is missing. So we'll see if we can find a way to trigger it, because it's like really buggy, but it's a really good one. So just give me 2 secs. We'll do that at the end. Sorry about that. With these skills, I want to show you some really good PvP ones that I was playing around with that are really good for group play. So one of the really cool ones is the Elemental Explosion skill. This has a 2-second channel, which is really long, but it has 2 really good options for group play. There is Dispel, which basically removes area effects. So if enemies have healing aura on the ground, for example, you can get rid of that. This is good, but it's not the best. The best one in my opinion is Trauma. Trauma scales with your damage, so I've got 6695, so 6600. If I put on my damage buff, this will, the trauma part of it will go up now. So it's now 7500. Healing Absorption is a debuff that means when the person gets healed, they lose that much healing on the next heal they take, or within the 3 seconds. What's really good is that this does not get reduced by Battle Spirit. So this is like putting essentially on them an extra debuff, and it's like a pseudo execute. So this is a really strong skill. And I found if you pair Elemental Explosion with Trauma, and then you use Immobilize and Strike, it immobilizes people for 3 seconds. There's not a target cap on this. And then you use Defile. What you end up having is a skill that will stop people healing. It will reduce their heals they receive from them, and it would also lock them in place. This is a fantastic PvP skill. Now you do need the destruction stuff to use this, however, and the staff element type does not make any difference to how the skill works. The skill works like this, where you chuck it out. The range is really nice, so you can obviously got a really high range. The only issue you have with using this skill is that you kind of put it in place and you have to wait 2 seconds. You can't move it whilst it casts. So just bear that in mind, but this is one of the better PvP skills in my opinion. Really good skill. Really good to counter ball groups. If you are playing in a small scale group and you have somebody run this on their healer, so Frost Staff backbar with this will really, really punish other groups, because you'd be in a tower, you could chuck this out. So for example, if we imagine this is the corner around the back of a tower, you could obviously run around with your group, put it round and jump. That goes in, and then you all push in and ult dump. If anybody lives, you've then got an extra 7,000 they can't heal. So even if they CC break and heal, they get no healing. It's a really good skill. So that's Elemental Explosion. You can do some good damage with this too. So we're going to buff up, and I'll just show you some of the damage numbers you can get on it. And again, all of this is with a build with no CP. We've got 6,000 weapon spell damage and 22k max resource. So it's kind of a typical build you'd see. For the damage buffs, it's an 18,000 AoE. So this is a really good AoE skill. So you could use something like flame damage or frost damage, especially with a magical warden. And then you could go and use class mastery on a warden. So you create an 8 meter area for 2 seconds under your target that snares them 70%, charms them, which is a stun, and if it doesn't, you get resources back. And you can then put on Defile or Cowardice. Lifesteal is quite good. That just heals everybody. Off Balance is a great one, because you can get extra damage from certain CP stars. So this is a really good one to use. Or you can have this as a damage buff, so you can get Brutality and Brittle. Brutality and Sorcery, sorry. If you use the Frost damage with class Mastery, and I would probably go with Defile for like an AoE damage skill. What I can then do is go and have this now as an AoE skill I could use on a magical warden. Hey, you're right, Jordan. And it will chuck up this big AoE. Huge AoE, as you can see. And what's really nice is, because we're a warden and we have the class affix passive, it means we create an 8 meter AoE for 2 seconds that snares people. And this snare goes on for ages. If it doesn't work and you miss, you get your resources back. So this is a really good, and it's quite a cool skill. So I think this is a really good way to kind of just get a bit more range on a magical warden. And 15,000, if you buff up, it's like 18k. This is like 2 spammables. So yes, it's a 2 second cast time, but you're getting 2 spammables at once. It's really good skill. What you can then do is you can use this other skill called Alfred's Contingency. I think this will be changed, by the way, just heads up, because some of the pre-release material had this as a 50% trigger. When you're below 50% magical or stamina, this then triggered. But at present, this triggers on the next cast. This is more bursty on the current iteration. So this might change in a week or two. In its current form though, and how I would use it with how it's based in PTS now, is this is a damaged, like a delayed burst skill. So again, if going on that magical warden theme, I could go with frost damage. I could then use something like growing impact. Growing impact creates a room that applies the effects in an area, which means I can then have this as an AoE breach, AoE innovation, AoE endurance, AoE magic skill, AoE resolve, AoE vulnerability. Streak asks, how can you unlock the other soul grimoire? You have to do the quest, and it is a bit buggy. So I had it on one character, not on the other character. So it's not consistent is the issue, but it is a really good grimoire. So I will have a try to go get it back on this character if I can, okay? But if you use this skill, for example, so we use something like frost damage with warrior's opportunity, and then we use vulnerability, we've got a frost skill that will then do an extra 2,000 damage on the next hit and also debuff them, making them take more damage. When you combine this with the skill we just made a minute ago, you've got a really good burst combo. So how this skill works, Alfred's contingency, is when we cast it, it doesn't do anything until we cast another skill. So if you notice, I had 2 skills proc there. So I can cast Alfred, I can then cast the ice AoE from the distraction staff, and I get 2 procs, which means we can then proc the, if I put my betting edge, the 18,000 frost damage there and the 8.5k frost damage there. That's 24 frost damage instantly if I jump on top of them. This does have an AoE around you of about 8 meters. You can also spam cast this and use this as an AoE like this. So if you just spam cast this skill, you can have a ranged AoE like Pulsar, for example. And then you can also use it as a pseudo burst skill. So for Magical Warden, pairing these is quite a fun way to get big AoE damage in a big group. If we had, for example, Deep Fissure going, so what we could do is we could go Deep Fissure, Alfred, then go for our big ice AoE. We can then obviously get the following Deep Fissure and time it with that. So you can do some really good synergies and get some really good burst combos with Alfred's. You can also use this with like Proxy Det too. So you can go Proxy Det, then use this, and then use another skill. You get 3 skills at once. It's really, really good burst skill. Another way that I found this was really helpful was using the Immobilize or the Knockback. So if you're playing more of a kind of get in and lock people down, having the Immobilize is a really good option because you can then use your normal skill and have an Immobilize on it. So I could cast this and I'd pair this again with Warrior's Opportunity and Vulnerability because I'm using it as a damage skill. And what I could then do is cast it, and then when I cast another skill, it then procs, as you just saw. And it does proc on any action. So if I roll dodge, it will also proc too. So I can use this and roll dodge cancel it. So again, you can use this as a way to double up your damage. So if we imagine, for example, let's change that to Wall of Ice, yeah? Or Wall of Storms. If I cast this, and then cast like an Ice Reach, I'd then get both procs. So you treat this as a burst skill. What you can also do with it, as you'll see, is when I cast this, and if I had like Ice Reach, which doesn't immobilize, if I'm near them, that black circle around me, so you'll see this one here, this is a big immobilize. So it does damage and it locks them in place. So I found this was a really good skill to mess around with for just like burst combos. Or you could use it more of a stun on Warden, which you do lack. Go into the other weapon skills. The Mender's Bond, this is the restoration skill. This is a bit like Tether. So if you think of guard and you've got the tether between you where you give somebody defense but you take damage from them, it's kind of like that, but you give them healing. When you use this, you can give people shields every second. So although it's a small shield, 1200 every second for 12 seconds, that's like a 14,000 shield. So this is a really big shield. So this is a really, really good skill. You can always give them ult gen, which is quite nice. You can give them healing. So if you go, I don't want the shield, I want the healing, this is also a good option. Or you could do an immobilize, and this is very interesting. It's a little bit buggy because of the CC immunity. When you use it on somebody, you give them CC immunity from snares and immobilizers. But it's only for 1 second. So it's kind of a really bit, it's a bit of an awkward skill to use. So I wouldn't use the immobilize on this. I did play with it, I didn't like it. The magic damage is like thorns. So if somebody hits them, they basically reflect damage back. The mitigation is just, you take damage, you just share the damage, and the resources is you get sustain. As for the signature scripts, you got class mastery. So again, that's our warden one. So AoE, snare, charm, resource, really great. You can give people CC immunity, so grant immunity to disabling effects for 3 seconds to the ally. What's really worth noting though is there's some of these focus scripts that apply to you or the ally. So this skill doesn't really have one of those, but the elemental skill does. I'll find it, something's up here. Was it this one? Yeah, this is it. So it says beneficial signature and affix scripts only apply to you, but there's some that apply to you and allies. So it's worth just being careful that some of these you can actually put like multiple effects to you and allies and stack them. So for the healing one, I found that the healing was good. And then if you use Sage's Remedy, it's a really big heal over time. It's like 18, 19k. So when you combine this together, in that 5 second window, it's basically Vigor. It's like AoE Vigor. This is really good. And then you can then give them something like Heroism. So you then give your ally Heroism or Protection or more resources. Me personally, I like the Vitality. Because when you use this, you can give them a really big heal over time. And you can also give them Vitality, which increases their healing further still. And again, if we buff up, so let's put on our Betty. You'll see that if we used the healing with the Sages and the Vitality, it's a 19k heal over time. Over 5 seconds, that's Vigor. And it heals the ally and other allies when they leave the link for this long. So this is a really, really good skill. So for me, if you're playing in like a small scale group, rather than like a duo, for example, this is better than Radiating Regen, because this you can put on the target. It gives them more healing, minor vitality, and it's just a better version of it. For me personally though, I don't do heal as much, but this has a lot of group utility, either from giving people resources back to giving people block mitigation, or giving people the ability to snare people near them, which is good. You then have Trample. Trample's a really cool skill. This is one of the more interesting ones. It is a channel again, and with both of the channels, so the Elemental Explosion and the Trample, they have unique effects. So the Elemental Explosion, as we saw, has trauma. This is healing absorption. Stops people healing, really good. None of the other skills have that. So it's basically anything with a cast time has really cool effects. The Tramp one is a 1.5 second cast time, and it summons your horse, and then you can make it do stuff. The horse can run out and do damage, so 11,000 disease damage. It can dispel stuff, so it can hit people, and it removes shields from enemy players. Now, I was testing this earlier on how this works. The removal of the shield, when you're in PvP, it does the damage first, then it removes the shield. So if you hit a sorcerer with this 5,500 is absorbed by the shield first, and then you take whatever are left of the shield. So it's not as good as it could be. If it was the other way round, it did the shield and then the damage, it would be a much better skill. So the Dispel personally is not worth it. You then have a knockback, which is an AoE knockback. The magic damage is pretty cool. The physical is physical. There is a stun version of this, so rather than pushing them really far backwards like the javelin, you could just stun them in place. Or again, you have trauma. The advantage of this trauma is it's a bit quicker to cast. It's 1.5 seconds and it's in front of you. So you're more likely to land this in Cyrodiil. You can then, with this, use the Immobilize one again to lock them in place. And you can use Defile to again reduce their healing. So this is a really good way to stop people healing. Another good one to use is to go and use the vulnerability that increases people's damage taken. So again, you just get more damage done to them, or Mangle's quite good too. So for PvP, I would use the Trample skill with Trauma, Immobilize and Strike, and Mangle. This will reduce their max health, which means any health heals like the Polar Wind on Warden or the shields on Arcanist will be reduced, which is great. And that will save for 10 seconds. So even if you cast it once, you still got that effect. You then have the ability to lock them in place, which means they have to use stamina to get away, or you can attack them easier. Most people will roll dodge out of that. And you then have the heal absorption, which isn't loads, but it's like 5k extra damage. And because it's the absorption, they have to do 5,000 of healing, which actually is harder to do than 5,000 of damage. So this is probably how I'd use Trample. Trample looks like this. So I'll put this here. I'm just going to buff up so you can see the tooltips. The Trample tooltip, when we're buffed, is 5.8k health absorption, the Immobilize and the Mangle. When you cast the skill, you can cast and move, which is good. So that's why I think this is a better health absorption than the Destruction Staff, because you can cast it, move around the corner, and then release it. So for group play, if you're kind of trying to kite around a tower, you can cast the skill, then let the horse go and just stop people healing. So this is kind of how I'd use this skill. It's not useful for any other use for PvP beyond that or movement. You can, if you really, really want, use it to a movement skill and change this rather than Trauma. You can use like Dispel just to get rid of AoEs or like shields that people have. I would personally keep it on Trauma or Stun. And if I was going to use it as a movement skill, I'd use it as an AoE Stun. Then I'd use it as Thief's Swiftness. This increases your movement speed when you're in there. You'll notice it's a 15% boost. That is not major or minor expedition. So this will stack with other movement buffs. So this is really nice. And then the other option is you either go to you increase your speed or you snare everybody else's. I personally would probably go with the Thief's Swiftness because most people are snared anyway in PvP because of Dragon Knights and the DK passives. And then what you can then do is use something like Expedition on top. So when you combine these two, you get a 15% here and 15% here, which is a lot of extra speed. So again, if you're trying to get away and you're sprinting, you can obviously start to like jump and bunny hop and cast a skill. And then you've got that movement speed. So that green path I move really quick on. So that's how you could use that. You'll notice though the AoE on the green path is a little bit delayed. So when you cast that skill, it will run and you can actually sprint ahead of it. Meaning you don't get the benefit of the path. So that's the speed with the path. And if I cast it again but sprint through it, I can actually miss the benefit of this. So you just have to be careful with how you use this skill. It's better to kind of cast it and walk forward and then start to sprint. But more often than not, that movement speed is a bit wasted, so which is why I don't recommend it. I would personally suggest that you go down to Trample, use trauma, use immobilize, and then what you could then do is you could go and then use of either defile to reduce the healing further, or vulnerability, or mangle. I would probably go with defile. Defile is a great one. Cowardice is also good because you reduce their damage, which does reduce their healing further, and it also reduces their ability to hit you back because they have less damage. So this is kind of the best use for trample in my opinion. It gives you that ability to move around a corner, stop people healing, and then really punish them as a result. If there are any skills that people want to see tested, by the way, do obviously shout and I'll kind of show you. We will also find to get the other soul magic grimoire in a moment as well, okay? The other one I want to show is Torchbearer. Torchbearer is the Fighters Guild scribing skill. This is a channel, so again it's 2 seconds. You have the ability to put a bleed, and that bleed does look low, like it's 5.7k. If I buff up with my Betty, and again all of this is without CP, 6.5k, it's 3 hits though. So you got 6, 12, 18,000 in 2 seconds, so it's like 2 spammables. You have bleed, fire, or physical damage. Out of these 3, bleed is the most damage because you get access to hemorrhage in this way. You could then also go with physical for access to minor breach through Saundered. So I would personally go with either bleed or physical. And even if we go fire damage, you might notice that cost does not change. Now I don't know if that's a bug or not because it's a Fighter's Guild skill and all these are stamina based. And on the magic version, all of these are magic based, even though there is a physical damage one. So it might be that they've kept all of this as stamina. For me personally, I think the ultimate generation is really good because you can give you and allies ult gen. It's not something that's going to be the meta in all honesty. You're better going with something like the physical damage or going for the stun. What the stun will do is it will reduce people's movement by 40%, then it will immobilize them, and then stun them for 3 seconds. It has this added bit though at the bottom, which is what makes it really good. Beneficial signature and affix scripts only apply to you. So it means that you can use this and just buff yourself further. Some of these will let you buff allies as well. So for example, flame damage is just you, but generate ultimates for you and allies. So we could obviously go with generate ultimate, signature and affix scripts go on allies too. So then we can go for the restore resource, which will give us the resource so the allies too. And then we could go with heroism. So this skill here, Heroic Torch, will give us ultimate and our ally ultimate. It will give us resource and our ally resource. And it would also give us heroism and our ally heroism. So do pay attention to this you and your allies bit at the bottom because not all of them have that. As a skill, this actually has no target cap. Now, if we put on an ultimate, I just want to show you this as well because people do kind of get curious. I have no ult at the moment. On the Fighter's Guild, when we cast it, we do our 3 swipes. It doesn't give us ult unless we're in combat. So that is just something to note. Because I know some people are curious, going like, can I use this to reset my ultimate out of combat? The answer is no. I did test this earlier. I was a little bit saddened. As for a damage skill, if you went down the bleed route, and then you went down Lingering Torment, you can get another bleed on top of it. The dot, though, is really bad. I personally wouldn't use the dot. The Crusader's Defiance can remove a negative effects for you and allies if you use the... sorry about that. If you go down the route of what we did with the generate ult and go down the Defiance skill, we can then use this as a way to give people an AoE, so like a pseudo cleanse. So this can also be a cleanse. For the damage skill though, it's bleed. Your mastery is quite good on the warden, so I would consider doing that for your warden because it's really good resource sustain if you miss. And if you don't miss, you've got a snare on it, which is really, really potent. And then what you can then do is you can chuck on uncertainty, which will reduce people's crit chance, which is a massive, that's a huge amount of crit chance to lose. It's like Mother's Sorrow. Or you could use cowardice, which means you reduce their damage further, or you give them breach. So as a kind of debuff stroke damage skill, this is quite a good utility skill for PvP. Because when you use this skill, we'll buff up quickly, what you'll have is a cone in front of you, 6,600 each hit. It will also snare people, and it will stun them because we're a warden, because of this is the class mastery for a warden. And we also debuff them with minor breach. So then this becomes a really good skill as a kind of group to be able to kind of just hit loads of people with that 3 hits, bang, 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 and then also lock them in place. You'll notice with the class mastery part that it creates an 8-meter area for 2 seconds under your target. So if there's no target in front of you, it doesn't always apply, and it applies on where you are. So if I pop down here, so there's, just so you can see there's no AoEs on the floor. If I cast this here, it applies on my feet. So for PvP, this is kind of a more of a cleave build. If you want to just cleave lots of people, you can be interrupted with this though, so just do factor that in. It's like jabs is the best way of describing it. For Torchbearer as well, another good option is use this as a heal. The healing's pretty good. It's 7,000 healing every hit almost. If we put on our damage buff, if we run this as a heal skill, 7,700 every hit. There's 7, 14, 21,000 healing. This is very, very useful. You could then use Gladiator's Tenacity, which is reduced damage taken by 30% for 2 seconds. So whilst you use this, you get a huge damage reduction. And you could then use Heroism to get ult gem back, which is quite nice, or Resolve. So this could be like a Vigor. If you want to replace Vigor for a more burstier version, this is really good. You'll get more healing, you'll get damage reduction, and you also get the armor still. For me personally, I would probably use this with Vitality. And then this now becomes a really good stamina heal. So if you want to be a healer in PvP and use stamina healing, you could actually use this skill now. 7,000 healing every single swipe. And because of the minor toughness, minor vitality, sorry, it's given us the extra healing on top. So it's 8k there, so that'd be like 4,000 in PvP. And when it crits, we'll just even get a crit in a moment. 13k, you're looking at about 7k each crit, and you can get 3 crits in a row. So that could be a huge amount of healing in PvP. And what's again nice with this is if we get lots of people stacked together here, do you see all those numbers? There's like not a target cap on this. So we can obviously hit loads of allies with this and use this as a good AoE heal. As for the weapon skills, we've kind of touched upon Elemental Explosion, how you could use this earlier. But it's basically a big AoE damage skill, or it's a debuff. That's kind of its best uses. We're going to look at the other skills now. You've got Shield Throw. This is Sword and Shield. In order to use this skill, you obviously need to have Sword and Shield equipped. My issue with this skill, from a PvP perspective, is if you're a magic build, you would have Lightning Staff, Sword and Shield. That's fine. But most builds now generally use something like 2H. So you normally often have a Maul, and you normally have an Ice Staff in the bat bar. So if you imagine this is ice, you normally have like 2H and Ice Staff bat bar. You don't often see Sword and Shield much. So with that in mind, you do have a bit of a weird kind of how could you get good use out of this. So I'm just again just put this back at my staff. So with the skill itself, what does it do? You essentially throw the shield at somebody, and the resource cost is based on the skill type you pick. So if you go over mobilize, it's stamina. If you go over magic, it is magicka. So you can change it to be a magic skill if you wish. So for magicka damage dealers in PvP, if you want to use this as a magicka damage skill, it's okay on sword and shield. It's not it's not amazing, but what you could do is use magic damage, and then you can use any of these other bits underneath it. I think this works better though as the multi-target in Cyrodiil, because when you're trying to hit people, it's got a travel time, and the travel time's not that fast. I'll show you in a moment. What ends up happening is it takes a long time to get there, and people just dodge roll it. And that's quite a big problem with projectiles in this game. So for PvP, this isn't really like damagey enough to warrant using on sword and shield, because you don't have any good other skills. I would personally suggest that you use something like the knockback and use it as a utility skill. So this is like a pseudo stun or an immobilize. The physical damage can hit Saundered, which will give them breach. So you could use that, but again, the damage isn't high enough. It's it's like 9k. The problem that you have on a lot of stand builds is that you don't have a good enough other skills within that skill line. So if you go down to like sword and shield, for example, punch is not, the damage is too low for this. The damage is too low for this. This is okay. This is the gap close, which is kind of okay. The shield's pretty decent, and this can be okay. This is a stun, and then this is also kind of a pseudo spammable, but there's no burst skill with this. So in order to make the shield throw kind of work on a PvP build, you have to go and use something like an Arcanist, not an Arcanist, a Warden or a Necromancer. You need a burst skill that you can cast and it will fire a couple seconds later without you using it. The Arcanist does not have that. The Sorcerer has it with Curse. The Templar doesn't, because you won't be able to fill the pool up high enough with Power of the Light. So use this as a utility skill is kind of my thinking. I would go down to Mobilize. You could then use Fence's Parry, which is really good. This basically makes you like block the next damage. So when you get hit by the next attack, it just like removes it, which is really, really useful. So you can kind of spam this and make it really hard to take damage. You could go and use the Knight's Valor, which deals bash damage to it. So it's not a lot of damage. The dot is pretty good. The heal is pretty decent. And you can also go and use the Swiftness, which is kind of more of a fun skill. Grants you ability to pass through enemies for 5 seconds on return. For me personally, if I was going to use this as a kind of utility skill, I'd probably go with knockback. And then I'll probably go and use probably the heal to give me a heal. So I'd use this as a way to get off me, give me some healing, and then I'd probably go and use Vitality, because it's major Vitality with this. This will then become a way to kind of give you a pseudo heal, but also a stun. So if I'm on my back bar, so let's go get our sword and shield. Sword and shield. For people curious, by the way, I am using Talk of the Last Aelid King. So what that does is it gives us a stat page that looks like this. And then when we put on our buff, we have 6,300 weapon damage and 23k resource. So that's kind of what you would see in PvP with how people currently build. It's either really high, sort of 6,000 plus weapon damage, or 40k resource and 5k weapon damage. Stroke spell damage. So you end up getting similar damage numbers. With this on the back bar, so we'll just buff up quickly. The repelling throw, you throw this at people and it'll bounce back. So we're going to show you what this actually does quickly. And if you get any questions, as I say, let me know in the comments below or in the chat. Okay, so we're just going to jump into just a quick delve just to show the sword and shield skill. Just so you can see kind of how that works. And as I said, any questions, let me know in the comments. With this skill, what I've designed this one to do is to be kind of a getaway type skill. And it will give you a little heal, but it's more of a stun. So on some classes like Magical Warden where you don't have a stun, you could kind of use this to replace vines, so Living Trellis. And I'd use this as a way to kind of, if I'm being pressured by a person I'm worried about dying, what you can do is you can go and cast this, and then when it comes back I get the heal. So I could essentially cast it, roll dodge, and stun them still. It will also pass through multiple targets too. So that's how I'd use that skill there. So we're just killing these quick. This is that big ice AoE. So you can see the damage on the ice AoE from the destruction stuff is pretty decent. But it's easy for people to get out of it. And you can be bashed while you do this. With being a warden and that signature script, you'll notice that it has the charm on there. So when I cast it, these people will get charmed. So that's him running. There he is. He's charmed now. So he's kind of gone the other way. And then what we can then do is we can use our heal torch that we've made as a really good way to get that healing for you and allies. So we're going to go back into the Scholarium. And then whilst it loads, I'm just going to grab a drink from my kitchen, so 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So we're going to pop up. You'll see we are still missing one of our skills down here, but we'll fix that in a little bit. So shield throw, in my opinion, is not really worth it. Like it's just not worth it. For the smash is a 2H skill. This is pretty cool. You drag your weapon along the ground and you smash a cone in front of you. It has a 0.6 cast time like Dizzying Swing or Wrecking Blow. And you can do a bleed damage with it. You can give you a huge shield. It can be a heal. I thought that was really cool. I thought the heal was really interesting. You can have a knockback, magic damage. So it becomes a magic skill, which I thought was quite fun. Physical skill, stun, or taunt. If you want to make a stamina healer, which is what I'll show in a moment, you could honestly use healing, which sounds a bit daft, I know, but use the healing with it, and then use Sage's Remedy. Now this doesn't scale well with this skill, so you're better using the Druid skill because it gives you a lot of the resources back. Or you could go with the Crusader's Defiance, which means you can cast it and not get CC immune. So this has some really good options. And then the Wayfarer's Mastery says grants you the bonus of the full passive ability. So if I use this, I can give myself Minor Berserk or give my allies Minor Berserk. you could also use it as a way to get speed or vitality. For me personally, I would, as a heal, ironically, you could use this and then use the Defiance skill and the Vitality. This is not a bad heal for PvP. I know it sounds like really daft, and a lot of people will be looking at me going, "Down, what on earth are you doing?" But if we ran them all, we could slot this. Again, no CP. Healing Smash. If we put on our damage buff, it is a 12,000 heal. You basically just drag it across the ground like this. And again, there's no target cap, which is why this is a really good skill. So if you want to be a stamina healer, you could use the Torchbearer, and you have access to this as well. So stamina healers would be a thing in PvP now. And the advantage that the stamina healer would have if you did go down that route is you get the crit passives, which increases your critical damage and healing. So you get really big crit heals if you run medium armor as your healer, which sounds a bit weird, but that would be now a thing that would work. As a damage skill, if you go down the bleed route, which is generally one of the better damage types, you have a few more options down here. You have Leech and Thirst, which is really good. It gives you 33% of the damage back. And again, this is an AoE cone. So although this damage looks low, if you hit 3 or 4 people, you'd obviously do 3 or 4 people's worth of damage, and you get 3 or 4 lots of this heal. So this is really, really good. And again, you could then use something like Force to increase your crit, or you could use Maim to reduce their damage, or you could use Berserk to increase your damage. I would personally probably go with Breach, because Breach is a little bit awkward to get. It's not terrible, but it can be awkward to get. If you have this on your class because you're a Warden, for example, the Expedition is quite helpful because it's just movement speed. So for me, you could probably go with something like Mangle, though, if you want just a pure damage skill. And then you'd swap out the Leech and Thirst if you want to go for more damage and use the Lingering Torment. It's a 6k bleed over 5 seconds, so it's essentially 1,000 extra damage. The Immobilize can also be quite interesting and quite useful. So you can have kind of lose a bit of damage, but go for more utility. But this could be quite a good group debuff skill as well. Because the advantage that this combo has is that when you cast it, you can drag it across the ground. You can hit lots of people with this. And so by hitting lots of people with this, you do that big bleed. That bleed will scale on your damage, so it's about 8.5, 9k on a proper build. And you got that Immobilize. That's the key. Having an AoE Immobilize is very, very potent. I want to show you that the actual target cap isn't a thing with this, which is really, really good. So we're going to go down to a spot where there's lots of enemies. Let me just pop over here. Oops, sorry about that. The controller UI can be a bit finicky, as you can see. So I'm just going to pop up to the cemetery up here. There's quite a few ads there. I just want to show you that the target cap isn't a thing with a lot of these skills. And that's what makes them really, really potent. There's quite a few down here, actually. Let me chuck on a staff just to pull them together. So we're just going to pull all of these enemies. You can just see how many we can immobilize at once. So most AoE skills in this game have a target cap of anywhere from 6 to 12 people, depending on the type of skill. use my little heal skill, got that. So you can see, bang, all of those are immobilized instantly. So again, I'm going to use it here. So there's more than 6 people there and they're all immobilized. And that's what makes these really good utility skills. So I'm just going to group these together here again. And then, again, all of those are immobilized. So that's what makes this a really good skill, because it's huge AoE immobilize. And because there's no target cap, it makes it a very, very potent skill. So that's those gone. So that's just obviously like a really, really good thing to note with these, that the damage could be a bit less, but because there's not a target cap, you can lock lots of people down with this. Going back to the Scholarium. There we go. Sorry about that. One of the zombies came to us. What do you guys think of the flexibility with the system and these kind of skills that we've been able to make thus far? So I'm going to put a poll up, just kind of going, can you make kind of what you want, stroke need for your build? So I've tried to give a range of viable skills that I'd think you could use in PvP particularly, and then things you might want to change. So that's kind of the smash skill. It's an AoE cleave essentially. In my opinion, it's not one of the better ones though. It's not great. It's not like terrible, but it's not great either. It's kind of, yeah. But it's not how I play in PvP. You then have the dual wield, which is actually pretty good. The dual wield skill is called Traveling Knife. And what this skill does is it lets you throw your dagger, which will return to you and it will hit other people along the path. So a bit like a boomerang. So yeah, with this Traveling Knife, what you can do is use it as a boomerang. It's kind of like gimmicky, but still quite fun. So with it, you have a bleed. So this does a physical damage and a bleed. It will hit you, damage enemies between you and them. You've got the magic version, so you can go for magic or stamina. Multi-target means it does an AoE around them. So when you hit them, it does a small AoE. It's about 5 meters from testing. It's not huge. Physical damage will give you access to Sauntered of the passive because of the damage type. Poison will give you the poison status, which is quite good, and the damage. Pull becomes a silver leash. So this can be like a silver leash, which is quite cool. And it can also use this as a way to kind of hit people and move around and pull them in. JB says about, is it enough choice? He said he thinks it's a good start. I believe there's going to need to be more optional to keep folks unique in PvP and PvE. You then have a stun, so you can use this as a stun. The signature scripts, they're again some like duplication with a lot of these. So that leeching one's back again, and War Mage is back again. So that's on one of the other skills, like the Alfred's Guard skill. For damage skills, I don't think the dual wield is a good damage skill in all honesty. The damage is too low. So if we buff up, this build has 6,600 weapon and spell damage, 23,000 magicka. I'm going to put some CP in now just so people can see what it will look like with CP tooltips, because that does help people sometimes like visualize it. And again, I'll show all the skills we've just made today with CP. But I don't think that dual wield one's worth it. So I'm just going to slot on these ones. Obviously you would not run all 4, but what this will do is it mean that 2 of these would always apply to the CP. Because you normally have 2 damage that always apply to your damage source. So if we just buff up again, just to keep our buffs on, there we go. For the Travelling Knife, the bleed is 4,400 plus 6,700. So you've got essentially about 11,000 tooltip as a spammable. It's a range spammable for 11,000. If we go down to something like the Sigic Order, and we get Crushing Weapon, it's 10,700. So what you'll find is that the Sigic Order is slightly less damage than this, but this is a lot more stamina, and that's the problem. So if we went down with like bleed damage, and then I went with more bleed on top of this, or Warrior's Opportunity, this is quite a nice one. I can get more damage out of the skill, but I'm going to burn through my stam really quick. And the range is only 15 meters, whereas the Sigic is 28 plus. So like it definitely has uses, but it's kind of not how I'd play. The vulnerability is quite nice with this. This basically just spammable that does extra damage to people. We're going to put on dual wield quickly just to show you how it works in like, action. I'll just use 2 swords. Let me find 2 axes, that way inflate our tooltips. So we're just going to put on that skill we've just made, and I just want to show you kind of the damage you get out of this. So we made a skill called Bloodied Knife. Bloodied Knife, this will have a 4.5k initial hit physical, 6.8k bleed, so you've got both status effects with charge, which can be good, plus the 8% martial damage increase, and then the minor vulnerability. So this can be quite good in like 1v1s if you can sustain it. It's just very, very expensive sustain wise. So again, we're going to go to the zombies, the skeletons and stuff, where we were a minute ago. And just curious, how have people found the microphone tonight? As in, like, going loud and quiet? I used to have issues where the microphone would go, like, quiet suddenly. You wouldn't be able to hear my voice for a period. And I've got a new cable, so I'm hoping that has resolved the issue. With the knife skill, when you throw it, the range is quite limited. But you can use it to hit lots of people in the way. William says it's pretty stable. That's decent. So I can use it and kind of go between people. You'll notice though that boomerang part, the initial hits the enemy for this amount, and then the second part of it is what hits other people and the initial enemy. So that return isn't actually a full like 11,000 tooltip. So if I hit this guy here, you see that's, you can get like quite a good amount of damage on him. So we'll hit him here. So you can see that that was the initial hit plus lift. There's the second hit. But when I cast it through people, I don't get like both hits on them. So if I go for this person here, you will see he got hit twice, but he got hit once. So what that means is when you actually use this in PvP, you can only really rely on that second part of the damage, that 5,700 to hit be the like AoE part of it, hitting other people. So that's just important to note. And again, if we compare it to the Sigic skill, 10,900, So this is, let's see, 10,000, 11,000, 1,300 here. On one target first, 10,900. But crushing is cheaper. It's a lot cheaper, and you get major breach. So, like with these skills, I don't think they're more powerful than the current skills we have in the game. They're pretty well balanced, in all honesty. But some of them are like a bit clunky to use. It's kind of my current takeaway. And cheers, William, for letting me know about the cable. Okay, we're going to pop back. And then we're going to see if we can get the Scribing quest for us. And if not, we might have to make another character and just keep doing it until we get this skill given back to us. It is a bit buggy, that one. So in order to get the Willed Soul skill, you need to go and speak to the quest giver, but the problem is that you can't get the quest if you've got the template. So there's another skill here that is missing. But that's Travelling Knife and what that does. For me personally, it's kind of, I don't think it's worth it. You could obviously use this more of a utility skill. So you can obviously use it to snare people. And then to give you speed. And then this then can become quite a useful skill, because you could stun them, put a snare on them once they CC break, and then you get a movement speed to help gap close. But I wouldn't use this in PvP massively. You then have Vault. This is the bow skill. It's an AoE. This is a really cool skill. It looks really fun. The damage is kind of, it's decent. It's not like awful, but it's decent. William says, seems more of a PvE and not PvP type skill. Yeah, I think the Travelling Knife is definitely PvE. You got more adds in one place, so you can do a lot more cleave damage with it. But then you're better using like 2H and Smash if you want to go down cleave, because that's a really good skill. With the Vault, you've got the AoE basically, so it's an AoE on the ground that you then jump back from. This is a really weird skill. So I'll show you what I mean. I'll just put on just some random stuff. And then I'll use the skill. You kind of get an idea of the problem with the skill. So again, we're going to grab a bow. And then we're going to slot the skill. Again, this is just not the skill, but it's more the animation. So when you cast a skill, it's instant, but you jump back. Now the problem this has is, you can't use it as a spammable. So it's not a spammable, which can be a bit awkward. You can use it as a kind of a retreat skill. So if you're playing in PvP, you could use this as like a pseudo streak, ironically. Because the jump, if you look at the jump distance, it's 15 meters. Streak is about 15 meters. So when you use this, you can get some good distance with it. I don't think, you can't get out of bounds with it. I was just trying that. So how could you use this Vault skill? And again, these are just my initial thoughts. Obviously, things will be tested more thoroughly and probably tweaked. But with the flip back of this, it's not really a damage skill for PvP. The damage is too low. William says, what do you think of a mag blade, I'm assuming MB, with ambush, rush of agony, and Vault? I would probably, I think Vault's kind of like it's a good get away, so that could work for this combo. But with using the bow, the issue you have is you get less damage than dual wield. So if I show you what 5,213, if I just switch to two axes, yeah, so they don't buff up my stat page. 5,500. So that's 300 damage there difference. The front bar is 6,500. If we go to the bow, where is the bow? Again, gold. 6,100. Now it's 400 difference almost. So what you'll find is that you get this really cool escape tool, which could be really good on Nightblade for like ganking. So when you kind of Lotus Fan in, which will be Rush of Agony, Vault back, that could be quite fun to do, but you will have a little bit less damage than if you did dual wield and Sap Essence spam. The only advantage is that if you make a mistake, you can just get away quickly. So for the damage skill, you could use it kind of, as William was saying, somewhat of a bursty type skill with like proc sets. But as a kind of spammable, it's not that. It's not a spammable and it's not a burst skill unless you use proc sets in a very niche situation. So like the gap close with Rush of Agony to jump back. So I would suggest use this as a utility type skill. So it's like a movement skill. The Immobilize is pretty good. Because Disease is 6,700. The Immobilize is 3,300 damage. So you lose half the damage, but you immobilize them. So when you go something like Rush of Agony, or you can obviously then keep them in place longer, and this will then still do a bit of damage, but it's more that immobilize you want. You then have Hunter's Snare, which you can obviously snare them further, but you won't need to use that then. And you could then do a Lingering Torment, which puts a big dot on the ground. Me personally, I would use these Thief's Swiftness. So removes a stack of roll dodge cost penalty and reduces full damage taken by 50%. This is quite good if you roll in and stuff quite a lot. If you are on a Nightblade, it's not worth using the class mastery because it's not good. The Druid Resurgence will give you the stamina back, so you get this will be really cheap to use. But these middle ones are a bit like, eh. So for me personally, if I did this on a Nightblade, William saying was thinking of jump back, then go invis if needed. I would use it, Immobilize. I'd go in with Lotus Fan, Rush of Agony, pour them all in the middle, immobilize them with this part of it. Then I'd probably use Druid Resurgence to get my resources back, because that's useful. Alternatively, I could put a snare on the floor. And then that will keep them snared in that area, and it's a 6 meter radius, so it's not massive, but it's a snare still, so it slows them down further. And then you could use Vulnerability, so they take more damage on your follow-ups. The other ones for like a bursty type build aren't that useful. If you want to use it as more of you get away skill, Immobilize, Hunter Snare, Expedition. This will give you a really good get away button on bow builds. So what this will now do is anybody near you, you jump back and you get movement speed and you can go into cloak. And what also works nice with this is they get immobilized and snared. So that's how I would personally use that skill myself, because I think the utility on it is a lot better than the damage side of this. You've got the damage here, you have the immobilize here, you got the snare here, and you've got the expedition. With the movement snare as well, which is worth noting, I want to show you against some NPCs quick, is it's a debuff, so it's not like a snare on the ground. So what that means is when we use the skill, we snare the people, and so they get the movement penalty, not the ground. So we got these people here and I hit them with it. They've also got a snare on them. So you'll see with their feet, that's the immobilize. But that 3 second there, that is the snare. So that's how this could be quite a good skill. And again, because it's AoE, this doesn't have a target cap. So we're going to get a big group and I'll show you how many people you can immobilize with this. So if you imagine you did a bomb group. And you like literally mobilise, what's it, 9, 10 things there? So you can use this as a really good way to just lock people down after that bomb. And it does it right in front of you. We're just going to spam Betty to get some healing. So that's the Vault skill. When these go, we'll go back into the Scalarium. And I will see if I can trigger the second Soul Magic skill to appear on this character. If not, I might have to either relog the character or go and make a new character quickly. So we're just going to go to Skin Grad quickly. Go to the Mage Guild. And then we'll see if we can pick it up. What Ian was saying, obviously, with the Vault skill, if you use that, you can then go invisible afterwards if needed. And that could be quite a cool little combo. So at present, I've kind of shown you most of the skills and kind of how you might want to use them for PvP. That's obviously my kind of initial thoughts. I'm going to show you just the other two. And I want to just see if we can get the one that we're missing on here.
Of course. I don't. Please do hurry. Of course. I don't.
And then if not, we'll have to go and make a new character and try and get that fixed. So I'm just going to the people who I spoke to last time that then somehow unlocked the skill. And then we need to go to the quest guy. Yeah, so I didn't get to that far, so it should hopefully be there, or it's bugged on this character. I need to remake a new one to get the last skill that's not shown. With the poll, there's a poll going, is the system flexible enough, or can you make what you want / need? The last skill that's actually not on this character at the moment, I'm hoping it is in a second, is probably the most useful skill out of all of them though. Which is a bit unfortunate that we can't actually show it just yet. Okay, so it's not here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log out of the character and log back in just to see if it will reset. And if it doesn't reset that one, what we will then do is make a new character and see if we can trigger it that way. So we're going to just log out quick. The other skill that you do get is called a Willed Soul. It is, in my opinion, one of the better skills. What it does is gives you access to essentially a pseudo execute, which you can then use on lots of classes. It gives you a different spammable that you can use on lots of classes and a different buff or debuff that you can use on lots of classes. It's really versatile. You might have just seen, I don't know if you've seen on stream, my ESO has just crashed. So the PTS is a bit buggy. With that in mind, I'll just reload it really quick. So it'll take about 30 seconds or so. So I will just reload the PTS because it has crashed. So as it's loading, just curious what you guys think of the system so far. Do you think it gives you what you need? Or do you think it's still a bit hit and miss? Okay, so we're going to log back in. And then what I'll do to save it potentially crashing again is I'll make a different character. And then what we can then do is kind of showcase that willed soul, because that's one of the better skills. We're going to just pick a different test. And then we've just put a random name in. We'll go as a sorcerer. And then hopefully this will fix that bug, because that other character looks like it's corrupted again, which is what's happened on the PTS with characters, so it can be a bit annoying to test builds at present. So it's just loaded in. We'll grab the stuff in game, and then we'll see if we get the extra bits we need. So the skill that we're missing. All of the Grimoires. MS says, ooh, do a backflip. The backflip skill is pretty cool, not going to lie. It's not the best though, but it is a pretty cool skill. We're going to go into the Scholarium on this character, and hopefully, touch wood, I've got no wood around me, but touch wood, the willed soul is on this character. In order to get the willed soul, you have to do the initial quest, which you can't do on the template. Yeah, so it's not on here. So we're going to go and log this one out. And we're going to try and get another one. Worst case scenario, we might have to just do the quest. I will just create a different characters just till we get the item. And obviously, usually you wouldn't have this issue. It's just a bug on the PTS currently, which we're kind of trying to work around. But I really want to show you that skill, because that skill is the best skill in my opinion. It is really, really good. This time we'll go in, we'll just see if it's there, because we should see the skill. And then if not, we can see if other people found a workaround for it. In no Grimoires. So let me put in chat. I'll try the book, the thing, see if it's in there again. That's all of these. I don't think it was in here. No, I'll take it just in case. So it's not on that character. I can try the other character that does have it unlocked, but it did keep crashing. That was the problem I had with it, and I did delete it. Yeah, so it's not there yet, which is really annoying. We're going to go and try a different character and see if we can find a way around it. So apologies whilst we have to wait for it. The worst case scenario, we could use this one here and just get the skill. It's not an elegant solution, but it is a solution. So we'll try this once more. And then if the skill is still missing on this character, what we'll do is make a third one and then go and do the introductory quest and just unlock the skill that way. It's a bit roundabout face kind of thing, but it is a good skill that I want to show.
Only those authorized by the guild.
Okay, so we'll grab all of that. I said if it's not on this one here for some reason, just check it's not going to be in anywhere else. It says the crafted ability script is not locked. Is locked, so that the ones for the soul, willed soul, is not on this character still. I'll speak to the woman again and see if it unlocked it that way, because I did have it earlier and I was playing around with it. It was really good. William says, I think that while there are options are not all good, kind of like the class-based sets, some are promising and some are worthless. Yeah, that's pretty good takeaway.
Over here, initiate.
So we just go and speak to this person. And then I'm hoping this will trigger it again. This is how I triggered it last time. But if not, then we will go and make a new character, but do the other template and do the quest. If people got any questions about the skills though, and kind of what you can make or what, you know, it would be on good on each class, then obviously put it down below and we'll obviously do our sort of best to answer it per se. We're going to go into the Mage Guild.
If you came for, you must be certain.
I'm just trying to find the trigger. There's a trigger that one of the things triggered it. It's not him. I remember speaking to one of the people in the Mage Guild and then I could suddenly craft it. And I didn't actually go into the ruins, so I noticed it was before that.
Good. There is much.
So I just speak to this Vanis as well.
Beginning to think you'd never show up here.
means you need to find the Oracle and make sure she's all right. I enchanted a small boat to take you to an isolated part of Bankarai, near her last known location. And
I think that was a bit I had to do. It was this one. This is the one I was speaking to about.
believe surely I did get Oracle.
That was the person I spoke to. We spoke about some boats, and I could then craft a thing. Alright, we're going to go back into the Scholarium. Yeah, so it's not there. So what we're going to do, just for simplicity, is I'm going to make a different character and do the quest. I will obviously like speed past the talking parts. But we obviously want to get the item to show. So when I create a character, we're going to use the bottom template. This will then allow us to go and access the quest. So it will be about 10 minutes roughly. The wheeled soul, by the way, is a 28 meter range attack, and it is a spammable. It's got really good damage though, and it's got some really cool, unique mechanics.
I greet you. A secretive and the lines of possibility. Let me mark your map.
So the second era of Scribing. Cool. So that's the woman. We're going to speak to that woman on the other character. That's where she is. I'm hoping that will trigger it. And just trigger the thing. The PTS has crashed the client again, which is a bit unfortunate. So what I'll do is I'll reload it again. And then I will jump onto a different character where we've got all the stuff and just speak to that Limar woman to get the second era of Scribing quest. And see if we can trigger it that way. Otherwise we'll have to go through the entirety of the quest, which does take some time. The last skill we want to test is not currently on the template. That's we're trying to kind of like circumvent that basically. Okay, we're just loading back into the PTS. Okay, we'll delete that dude there. When we load into an existing character, it just crashes. Okay. Okay, so we're back in again. We're going to speak to the woman outside here and see if she can trigger what we need.
Ah, there you are. I have been expecting you. Let me.
So that's obviously triggered the next part of that quest, because you normally have to do a bit more for this. So I'm hoping, touch wood, that that would have fixed the issue now. So the crafted ability script is not locked. So we're going to try now and see if we can. Otherwise we'd have to do these 3 things and unlock the skill that way. So at the moment we're just kind of trying to work around a bug that's in the PTS. Yeah, so it's not there, which is a bit annoying. There should be another skill here that isn't quite there on the template. Obviously we've gone through and shown all of these. The Soul Burst one is just an AoE spammable. That's kind of its main focus. As I said, you can use it as a kind of pseudo cleanse. So you can just spam it and get one negative effect cleanse whilst you're doing like movement speed. So if you use something like the healing, which is to you and allies, so beneficial signature applies to you and allies, you could then go and use the Crusader's Defiance, and you can use Expedition. This then becomes basically an AoE heal that is a mini cleanse and a movement buff. So this is a really good skill. What I'm going to do, just to avoid running the risk of us completing the quest, I'll just see if anybody else knows how to get it quickly. We're going to change it that to... I'm just seeing if people know how to get it without us having to do the quest. Let's try to relog. What we'll do, let me turn the add-ons off. We'll turn off our add-ons, and then what we'll do is we'll see if we can get the thing to reload without crashing. Oh, there it is. It's a UI error. So that was the last skill I wanted to show. A Willed Soul. Willed Soul is really, really good. This is a really good skill. I'm just going to quickly throw together just a really dirty build using the mythic item, Necrom. So we're going to use the Talk of the Last Aided King. It's a really easy way to kind of get a quick PvP build to just compare numbers to. And then we want to go and get some crafted sets. We literally just want to get a staff. So all I'm doing is just grabbing some medium armor, some weapons. Grabbing the weapon. So we're going to go for a lightning staff because that buffs stuff. And then more, so we can show kind of both and how this works. I'm just going to go and get some consumables on this quickly. So get some glyphs going and some food. So sugar skulls. Those 3. Get 3 damage. 3 prismatic. So all I'm doing, if people are curious, is just putting on some different pieces, just to like push my damage up so I get a decent enough damage pool that we can then kind of get an idea of what the damage would look like for this spammer ball, okay? Put on our more back bar, there we go. Okay, so our damage at the moment is 4.8k. Let's put on 3 glyphs. 5.5k. We're going to put on Untamed Aggression just because that will buff it a little bit, just to get it to that high enough percentage that we need. And then the last skill I want to show is the Willed Soul and how you might want to use that for PvP. So we're going to just slot these 2 here. So with the build, just for damage wise, so people can see what we have. We've got 5,700 weapon damage. We're going to jump to our house quick. And then we're going to go and put on a Mundus and then pop back in. Okay, so we've got this here. So 6,200, that's kind of what you would expect on a lot of PvP builds. You can obviously get slightly higher and slight variations with that, but this will give you an idea of the damage numbers you would expect with this skill, which I think is really important when we test. And this skill, in my opinion, is the best one for PvP. For a magic build, particularly like Magical Warden and stuff, it gives you some really good options. So in here, the last skill I wanted to show is a skill called Willed Soul. So Willed Soul launches a concentrated blast of soul magic at a target, so it's a range spammable. You can make it give you a shield, you can make it become a heal, so this is a really good burst heal. So let me put on our damage buff. Just to put on my attributes so I can see my bar and stuff. It bugs me when I can't. That person's loving the hills. So with Willed Soul, let me put on my food as well, sorry. What you have is a spammable. The shield is pretty decent, but the heal is kind of where it's really strong. It's 12k, and if you get your damage buff on, so this is on a 6.2k weapon damage build, the heal on Willed Soul becomes 13,800. This becomes a burst heal. So if you're on like Magical Ward and you don't have a good burst heal, this is really good. You can then use the ability to get more ult gen. You can use the class Mastery. That will vary from class to class. Or you can use Resource Sustain. For me personally, I would probably use the Restore Magic and Stamina on this skill, because this will then allow you to get a good heal, get some resources back, and you can also get Vitality, Major Vitality, 10% healing. 12% healing, sorry, for 10 seconds. It's really strong. So when you run this skill as a burst heal, what you then get is a skill that gives you a lot of healing. 13k, 15k, 15k, 15k. So that will be 7,500 in PvP, and it's a 24k crit, which will be essentially 12.5k almost crit heals. So as a spammable, as a burst heal, Willed Soul is phenomenal. It's a really, really good burst heal. If you ran some CP like Focus Mending with this, you can obviously imagine that this will give you quite a nice healing boost. Again, let's buff up now. 15,000, 17,500, 28k crits. So in PvP it's 14,000 crit heal. And it's obviously about an 8.5k non-crit. So as a heal, Willed Soul is really, really good. So this becomes a really good burst heal. And what's nice is you can use this for you or an ally. So if you're in like a duo in Cyrodiil or Battlegrounds, this is really good. It gives resources, and it will also give you increased healing. So when you obviously hit the target with this, they get loads of extra healing and you get resources back. So it kind of pays for a lot of itself. So this is a really good burst heal. The other way you can use this is using it as a damage shield. So again, this is for you or an ally, and it says beneficial signature and affix scripts apply to you or an ally, similar to what this one does. So all of these like bonus bits will work for you or allies. The shield scales of max health or magicka and is capped at 55% of your max health. So what does that actually mean? If you build a tank build, which we'll quickly switch our stuff to in a moment just to show loads of health, you can make a really good shield kind of giver to other people. And again, you can use Vitality, which increases the shield once again. Using the Resurgence, you can obviously get increased healing from resources from that, or Sage's Remedy for increased healing. I personally would go and use the Druid's Resurgence. It's just good to have the sustain. So if we went for like a Magicka Sorcerer build, so we're going to go with some quick sets. We're going to look for bear with me 1 second. We want overland sets, light armor overland sets. We want crafty Alfiq. Probably already gone past it. There it is, crafty Alfiq. We're going to use all the Alfiq. we're going to put on Mage Guild, Inner Light, front bar. And we're going to just chuck on some other skills just to push that Magicka high because it scales off magical health. So you can imagine what this would be on a sorcerer, for example. I do have to turn this one off though, so we'll just chuck that back on. And we're going to go for the 5 Alfeek. Got 40k Magicka there. If you're for armor weapons, we could use some Ancient Grace. And then we could use Willpower Staff. So Willpower Lightning Staff. And then we want to go and get some Cyrodiil sets to get Ancient's Grace. We're going to get 3 pieces of jewelry. So again, we're just pushing that max resource just to show how that shield would scale if you wanted to use the shield version of this. So obviously this has we need to get that willpower staff. So this has 47,000 Magicka, which is quite easy to get on a sorcerer. And if you're on a tank, you can obviously get to this as well. If you did this, you can then use the shield, which is an 11k shield. You can obviously use the druid bit, so we're going to put on damage shield and then vitality. So when you cast this, you can put massive shields on yourself or allies. That's what that shield is. So essentially what this is, it's like having Hardened Ward. And it scales off your higher max health or Magicka. The one question that obviously people have asked in Discord is these shield values, do they get affected by Battle Spirit? So it's 11,500 here so far. So we're going to jump into the Imperial City just to show Battle Spirit active and show you what the tooltip looks like here. So again, it's 7,100. So it's enough to when we get the buff on, and then it's 7,900. So it's an 8k shield. So on a tank build, you could run this and basically just spam big shields on people. And then use some cost reduction to reduce this further, because you can get the health. This will scale off your health as well. So if we increase some of our health now, you'll see that this is primarily capped on Magicka. So going with higher health will help it. We're going to jump back into the Scalari. I want to show you how else you can use that skill. So you can use it as a really good burst heal. You can use it as a shield. The shield's not as strong, but it's still decent. And it's definitely worth using on like a tank. Because what you can then do is you can use this as a way to have more utility. It is a big heal. It's a big shield. We're going to put on the previous build, just the talk one. All of this stuff won't really change the stats. So 6,000 weapon spell damage again, so it's pretty standard. For the Willed Soul, another way you can use this one is as a spammable. If you go with magic damage, it will do just magic damage, but you're better going with shock. Streak says, I use it as a crushing weapon replacement. Yeah, this is really good. I would use this as a pseudo executor, which I'll show you in a second. So on a damage build, it's about a 9 to 11,000 spammable. So shock damage, 10,000 here. Decent, definitely worth using. If you then, with this, you can then use, I think it's pronounced Anchorite's Cruelty. And this is really good. So it says consume a soul gem to deal 8% of the enemy's max health as oblivion damage. It deals up to 100% more damage to enemies under 50% health and can occur once every 3 seconds. What does that actually mean? This is like having an execute built into the skill. That's what this actually does. This is really, really good, this one. I was testing this on people, and this goes through shields. So if somebody's a sorcerer and they're using shields, that oblivion damage will just go underneath the shield and still damage their health, which is really good. And I was hitting the guy for about 7,000 oblivion damage with this. He had 45,000 health, so he had loads of health. But we're just testing about how it works with shields and so on. So I would use this as an execute. If you're on a magical warden, for example, shock damage, because you get vulnerability that way, so you don't have to one-fetch your infection. And then what you then do is, when you go down to the bottom, you can add in Defile, which will reduce their healing, which again makes it easier to kill people because they can't heal as much. So you get Major Defile, plus this bonus damage when they're low health, which scales off their max health. So when the target has, say, 30,000 health, which 30,000 health isn't unusual, is it? So with that, I'm just put on a calculator. If we did 30,000 health, and we said, well, 0.8 of that is 2,400 roughly, yeah? If you times that by up to 2, you can get like 4 or 5k extra damage, which is really good. And it can go up to 5.5k. And that's against with people with just 30,000 health. So when you kind of combine it with that, that makes this Willed Soul, so shock damage, Anchorite's Cruelty, and Defile, it's a pseudo execute. This will give you an execute if you don't have one on your class. Streak says he uses physical damage, minor breach, oblivion damage for Arcanist tanks in PvP, and major breach, and oblivion glyph, pure tank pressure, and tons of pen. Yeah, it's really good. Out of all these skills, this Willed Soul is the best. It has so much use that actually it's a shame that you can't have it twice on your bar. It is that good. Like, I'd run this 2 or 3 times. It is a really good skill. With what Streak's gone for, if people are curious, he's gone for the physical damage, which that will proc if you've got charged Saundered, which is minor breach. And he's then gone down for breach, which is major breach. So he's got major and minor breach when he's spammable with a charged staff, and that will proc every single hit. And he uses the cruelty for the oblivion damage still. So then this is a really good way to get to that major minor breach. I would personally go for the Defile, just because the Defile, it reduces healing and shields. And I normally have issues with people with just big burst heals bouncing back on a magical warden. Getting them low isn't hard on a magical warden. You have good burst, you just don't have the execute. And that means you need to have either something to hit really hard or the ability to stop them recovering. This does that. I do like the physical though. Physical damage is good. The only issue I don't like with it is it uses stamina. That's the only reason I wouldn't use it, because I don't like using stamina as a resource pool on magical builds. If you're a stand build, this is really good. So like on a bow gank, which this is something I'm considering, physical damage, cruelty, and then I'd probably go with Defile or Pro Breach in all honesty. And for like a bow ganker, this is really good. So we'll put this on. Strake said, I like Soul Burst more as a main spammable. The Soul Burst, if you're unsure, that's the AoE skill. Physical damage, again, you can do that. You can obviously do the Oblivion damage. It's gotten up to 6.6k every 3 seconds. You could alternate these two, by the way. And then you could use Breach. So you then have AoE, physical, AoE, breach. What I need to check, I'll quickly check this because I've not actually tried. Consume a soul gem to deal 8% of the enemy's max health as oblivion damage. I don't know if there's a target cap for this part of it. So I'm just going to go double check that actually, because that's really useful to know. But as you can see, that willed soul is very, very good. So this is the spammable. This is the AoE version. You can animation cancel it too. I'm just going to make a quick dirty heal. Torchbearer is a good heal skill. So healing, and then if you did, which was it? I think it was Gladiator's Tenacity was good, or the Defiance was also quite good. And then I do Vitality. This is like a good stamina heal. So again, you can just use this and go bish, 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 3 big hits. And you mean the other one, single target one? As a mag sort main with lightning stuff. Yeah, if you use charge, which I want to change this to now. And what I'd like to do for the second part of this stream, having gone through all of this, is then, as someone's put in the game chat, finally Soul Magic is useful now. It's actually really good. Like, out of all the skills, the Soul Magic skills are great. Like, they are really, really good. Like, really, really pleased with those. And they're available in every class, which is what makes them so good. We're just going to go with a charge staff quickly. So just change ours to charged. And then, so this has an absorb magicka glyph. So this will proc the overcharged passive status effect. So we're going to go quickly put down a skeleton. I'm going to just check the AoE bit. Streak. You can tell it's late. We place this down. Bish. I want to get some more of those actually, because I want to see the soul thing. So let's go get 10 of those. Is there a target cap on it? Make a little huddle over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we can then stand in the middle of those. I'm just going to get some soul gems. Consumables. Soul gems. Okay, so what we're going to test quickly is that oblivion damage. Does it apply to this? That looked like yes. I can put on my add-ons as well. Let me put on the add-ons. We've got CMX. Streak was saying he would go for a sharpened staff because as a spammable you don't need the charge one on that. Sharpened is harder on that. Look, oh, the game's crashed again. That's annoying. It's definitely the add-ons. Definitely the add-ons. Let me reload and I'll probably just have to turn the add-ons off. One of them is not playing nice. We're just loading it back up again. I'm just going to see if there's any updates for the add-ons too whilst they load. Okay, so we're just loading back in. We'll try to log into that character. It has just sent an email to my account, which is a bit annoying. If you could just bear with me, it's got to log into my emails. So 1 second. It's asked for this code. Right, I am back. I'm just gonna. I've just grabbed my phone to get the code authenticator reads. But I haven't got a code sent to my thing, so I might have. It might have to pause the stream here and then get that fixed, because that is a bug of the PTS. It is a little bit annoying, so bear with me. Sorry. Right. Just bear with me, sorry. So I'm just checking the spam on my emails. It doesn't appear that they've sent an email to the account, which means I actually won't be able to log in until that does come into the inbox. Yeah, I'm going to just try to log into the actual ESO website account, and if not, I'm going to have to pause there with the PTS, which is unfortunate. And then see if we can find out what's happening with that. So I'll give it 2 minutes, and if I can't get into it, then we'll figure out how to fix this. Okay, it looks like the servers for Sauce's emails aren't sending the access codes properly, because I've requested it a few times now, and on like the forum bit and also the in-game one here, and it hasn't sent it. So what I'm gonna have to do is probably call it there, which is unfortunate because I wanted to show the last few things whether that did work as an AoE with the Oblivion damage, because that'd be really cool. But yeah, Streak was just saying the skill with Sharpen gives like 12k pen, uptime of Minor Breach is about 80%. So you end up getting loads and loads of penetration. Like Sharpened, Minor Breach, Major Breach, from that just spammable, you have a lot of penetration in the build if you can get the Stam Sustain built in, which is really good. Without giving the code, it won't be able to help. But yeah, I'm gonna have to call it there, I think, because it's just not it's not sending me the code. So I'm gonna say just a big thanks to everyone that's tuned in. Oh, Streak said actually try to restart your PTS, sometimes you can get in without the code. Ooh, let me try that. We will try that. If not, we'll have to wrap it up there. So this week with ESO, it's been like really, really frustrating because I haven't been able to log in for a couple of days because I got affected by the lockout. Then I'm having this issue. Then I've had other bugs in game, and it's just like, oh, as you can imagine. We'll try, we can. I imagine it will say the same thing. Or not. Like, how did that work? Like, how did that work? We're going to say a big thanks to Streak for helping us out. That's like, how did that work? Because it's a good job, because I haven't received the email. It's like I actually can't get into it via their email if they wanted me to. You know, cheers for that, because I really wanted to find out these AoE soul... Oh, balls. Cancel, get my add-ons on, it's going to crash. I think it's going to crash. If it crashes, we'll just have to keep logging again. And there it is. Okay, we need to turn the add-ons off. Where's my minion? Hopefully we don't get the same thing again, because that would be really annoying. Can you disable the add-ons in the main menu or not? Can't recall. I know I can like take them out the folder as a manual way of doing it. It's done the ask me for the code again. So we'll reload that. Let me just turn all the add-ons off. I'll try and get in again. I think I've got like a timer, so like if you try to log in too many times, it like does it as a precaution. The no code sent to the email. Oh, it's letting us in again. Add-ons. It's add-ons off. Yeah, Shriek said you can copy the add-ons folder and play. I'm hoping this will disable it as it loads it in, but I might have to just do the same thing. I have 2 versions. Oh, there you go. Sorted. Sweet. Okay, we're in. I want combat metrics for this. We just have to look at the damage numbers, okay? Can we... Let's change our glyph on our weapon to just minimize a number we have to watch. We just know for like weapon damage. Okay. So does the oblivion damage proc on this? That was 3 damage ticks there. So that would have been not the glyph. So that would have been physical soul proc from there. And did it use a soul gem? Yeah, 198. So that's 2. Did we use soul gem? Yeah, 197. Okay, so the glyph procs on the dummy. That's good to know. Okay, what I want to then check is what's the uptime on if we spam it for that just breaches. So that's just 1 cast instant. And again, instant. So that's 100% uptime. You can see that. So by using this skill, we've got major and minor breach at a range spammable with damage, so which is pretty decent. Okay. Streak said that he's tried using sharpened with this and still had a pretty good uptime because of how often you spam it. So let's try that. Yep, they're there. There's 1, we did it 10 times. So I didn't proc there. So we got 1 out of 2. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 4. 1 out of 5. 2 out of 6. 2 out of 7. 3 out of 8. 4 out of 9, 4 out of 10. So it's about a 40% chance, that is, roughly. Obviously, those numbers will move a little bit. So if you are then spamming this, you will probably have a higher uptime than 40%. So if we're weaving it, we get the 1 on there. So... yeah, so that hasn't dropped yet. That hasn't dropped yet. Streak says, have you got CB passives? Yes. So that 40% chance is the chance to proc the status effects on the initial hit. When you actually weave it properly, it's going to go up significantly higher. And yes, on the staff too. If I put in some stam sustain on the build, just so we can spam it a bit more. So that we've got a bit more stam sustain, and we'll use a potion as well. We should be able to just spam this, so once it's up, we shouldn't really lose the downtime on it. Yeah, that's what I'm just wondering. So that's up already. I need to obviously use that frag. Curse. Yeah, that's a really nice spammable, that is. If you can build this damn sustain in, this is really good as a spammable for Magsork. You've got Major and Minor Breach. You could then on your glyph run a poison glyph or use double dot poisons, which will be much more pressure. The only downside by doing that streak is you don't get access to burning, chilled, and vulnerability as easily. You can obviously fix it by using back bar element susceptibility, which you'll get that every 7.5 seconds. So that's like a 40% uptime, roughly 35-40% uptime on the status effects. But the reason why charged works well with crushing shock is it procs the status effects and does the bonus damage in each cast a lot of the time, so you get that bonus tick a couple of times. So I think it's a good alternative. I don't know whether I would swap it out because I use the Asylum Staff on my Magsork currently. The Asylum Staff with 2 willpower, 2 trainee, crafty Alphique, and Death Dealers. Streak says he prefers pens over status effects, especially on frags hit hard this patch. The only thing I'd say with the pen though, Streak, and you use this on the back bar, so you've got Major Breach already, and then what I do on my Asylum version of the build is I use this, but I use an Absorb Stamina glyph with Charged. So the only difference that I'd lose from the penetration value would be the lover value, the sharpened value. So the is it really sharpened? Yeah, so 3,200 pen is what I lose, but I gain the Asylum double procs on the status effects, which kind of offsets it. So I think it's a good alternative if you don't have the Asylum and you want to go for more stam. I think this is better used as a stamina spammable on some, like Templar could use this quite well because their jabs are a bit hit and miss because it's AoE and it gets reduced by major evasion. What I want to test now is the Thundering Blast. What's the percentage proc chance with sharpened, and then what is it with what's it going to be with charged? And then does that Oblivion glyph proc on the AoE to one target or to all targets? That's kind of what I want to check next. So yeah, so didn't proc there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. The proc and the Minor Breach on the AoE is really hard. That's basically what that told us. Let's try charge and see if it actually gives us any chance. Streak says he would want to try an Oblivion glyph on top of the Oblivion damage part of the skill. Yeah, 100%. This is with charged. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. Okay, so that's not proc in there. Let's just try with these here. Do any of them have that Minor Breach? No. You'd think one of them would get the Minor Breach. So it deals the physical damage, which should proc Minor Breach. But I wonder if it's not. I wonder if that Minor Breach only procs on single target skills then, because you would expect this to proc. Yeah, I'm going to put some ads around now just to see, does the the skeletons, does the Oblivion part oh, it's Minor Breach. Oh yes, you are right. I'm being daft. I'm being really stupid. Why did I put Minor? I had a mad 5 minutes. That is a good spot. That's a good spot. The thing I want to test anyway, and I'll tweak that then in a moment. I was hoping that could be like a deep fish alternative Oh, that's disappointing. So we're going to just put these here. What I'm testing now is the AoE bit has the Oblivion part attached to it. So you consume a soul gem to deal 8% more damage. This has 1 damage tick. And because it's a weapon skill, it shouldn't proc my glyph either. So it should just be 1 number. So that's 2 there. That's... So that's 6,600 is the flat value that we keep seeing, which is probably the Oblivion glyph proccing. So we'll try against these 2. So that's 2 sources there. So as you see, that had the little white effect on it. That was the Oblivion glyph proccing. So it procced on that one. And on that one there again. Does it proc on the one you look at? Yeah, so how that Oblivion part of that skill then works is it procs on whoever you look at. But I'm getting 2 damage source numbers. Yeah, without combat metrics, it's actually quite hard to see if it's proccing AoE or not. What do you guys think? Do you think that's this soul bit is? I've got 1, 4, 5. I can just try here and just see if it takes 3 of them. And I took 1 there. Yeah, without combat metrics on, I need to sort the add-ons. I don't think this is the AoE bit that consumes a soul gem. I don't think that is hitting every target. I think it's hitting just 1. Because it takes 1 soul gem. I could be wrong on that though. But I don't get why you sometimes get double numbers here. Because that had 3 sources of damage. Which again makes no sense. Hey, you right, Lee? Lee says, Dan, how's it going? It's going alright. Messing around with scribing, which you can make some really nutty skills. Like really good skills. Yeah, Streak says he thinks it's the minor breach is given the extra bit, like the saundered part of it. Yeah, I don't think this is proccing the AoE Oblivion. Which, to be fair, would be really nuts, because you could just run 5 people into a group and push this, and they all die. You know, that'd be 8 times 5 is 40% of someone's max health. That's like half their health bar. It's like, and if you could just run into a group and just all go, boop, that would be broke. So it must be single target. Lee says, how hard would it be to farm the materials? From what I've seen, again, this is PTS, things are subject to change, and it's week 1. The materials that you need, they're called inks, which kind of lets you tweak the skill. They drop from delves, bosses, dungeons, PvP rewards. So you can kind of get them and just play in the game, in all honesty. The frequency, though, I haven't farmed myself massively because I've been locked out of PTS for 3 days. So, but from what it looks like is you're not going to be changing the skills every single day. So you'll probably end up building up a surplus. It will be my sort of feeling, because you'll go through and go, for my warden, I want to have this, and you're not going to change it unless you're going to change the build quite drastically. So I don't know what the like percent chance is, but you'll probably get enough. Streak says he thinks they're using. Sorry, I'm somewhat tired. I actually think of using shield throw as a range knockback and buff giver. The skill is actually nice. I'm not convinced on it personally, Streak. I use it as a kind of, get away from me. It's a bit of damage. It's a small knockback. It's only 8 meters. It's not huge. And if they can't be knocked back, because you can block it. If this was unblockable, 100%. If they said, you know, this knockback back couldn't be blocked like the Templar Spear, really, really, really good. But you can block it. And that's where it will fall short. You're probably better using the Vault as a getaway. You can immobilize them and get back. And immobilize is easy to proc because people often don't have immobilize immunity, whereas they're normally stunned and they have a lot of CC uptime, the immunity on CC, because they're always being stunned on cooldown. With the Willed Soul skill, just going back to that quickly about other ways you can build it. You can do it as a way to get minor breach from the physical source, then the major breach from the major source down here. So major, minor, and a spammable with the Anchorite's Cruelty. I think this kind of works well as a debuff damage skill. So if you want to focus on like a spammable with, but have a bit more oomph on it, this is a good option. I personally, for me, I'd probably go with shock damage. Minor vulnerability because you're using lightning all the time, so bonus damage taken. I'd use this still, and I'd probably swap breach for defile, and I'd use this as a pseudo execute because my thinking is on a magic build particular, you don't have many good executes. You've got a spammable damage, you've got this bonus oblivion damage that can't be bypassed. So if your spammable hits for 3 or 4k, but you get 4,000 Oblivion damage, it's 8k. It's like Executioner. It's good. And then they don't die. You've got the Defile on them, and it's major Defile. That 12% healing reduction is noticeable. You know, if they have a 10k shield and you knock off 1,000 of it because of Defile, that's going to hurt them quite a bit. Lee says, how many skills can be run at a time? You could... I haven't actually checked. I'll have a little look now. But you could run probably 5, I reckon. You've got 1 weapon. Yeah, you could run 5. You could go literally 1 of the weapons, 2 of the souls, 1 of each guild, and trample. So your whole bar could be custom skills. That would totally be viable. I don't know how effective it would be, in all honesty, to do that. But you could do it. Streak says, I think Vault will get adjusted anyway, so I'll wait a bit. Yeah, the movement on Vault is a bit annoying. Vault's kind of like a... You kind of want to immobilize people, and then you want to then use the snare with it. And then you probably want to go and use the Expedition. So it will lock people in place, it will slow them down, and then you get a 15% movement speed. I like Shield Burst, single target, Soul Burst, sorry, actually that says single target the most. The Willed Soul. I assume you mean. This is the single target one. This is my favourite skill. Willed Soul is my favourite skill. This is awesome. Really good skill. I really like Alfred's Contingency. This is a really interesting skill. This is like a delayed damage skill. So it's really good for like chunking people's health. So how this works is that you can put this on you. So let's make a quick kind of combo. We could say we're going to go on a AoE build and we want to do like AoE burst damage. What you could do is use Alfred's Contingency and go with something like flame damage. Sorry, just moving the chair. The chair's a bit squeaky. It's old. Go on to the flame damage. And then what you could then do is go and put like Lingering Torment, so damage over time to the people. Growing Impact's not too bad. I quite like the Tenacity because that helps you stay melee a lot longer. Vault has no ramping cost. I did think about using it as a backward streak to get away from people. That did cross my mind. I'd go with Warrior's Opportunity with this. And then I'd go with Vulnerability. This would be like my delayed debuff skill. So you could chuck this on you. So we're going to put this, say, here. So my spammable. So let's make an AoE spammable quickly. And this would work on any class, by the way, this combo. We would use, from the Mage's Guild, the Contingency. So how this works is you cast this. The next skill you do will now proc both. So when I do that soul burst, I proc both skills. So I cast it and go bang bang. So what I could do, if I was on the Nightblade, which this is a Nightblade, you could go for your cloak. You'll notice as well, this skill procs on roll dodge. Just a little heads up. Streak says the Destro tooltip is crazy. You cast from sneak and gank people. It is good. It is a good tooltip. So yeah, what I do is this though. If you cast this, if you cast cloak, you proc it. So that's a bit awkward to use that way. So what you want to do is, honestly, just sneak to people, and then when you get close to them, then you do the double proc. So that's how you could kind of use that skill. So you don't actually use the cloak. Or you could simply, it sounds silly, but if you got like a movement skill, say you got Bird of Prey and a Warden, you cast that, you cast this, run into the group, and then bang bang. And what's really good is you can chuck in Proxy Debt with this. So then what you can then do is add on a third delayed skill with this. So then the order this way will then be, let me put on Race Against Time to kind of show you the combo. And again, this would work on any class. So like it's a good way where you can build up this AoE damage when you're kiting. So I can move around, put on my Proxy Debt as I move around, my contingency around here, wait, when Proxy Debt's about to go off, run into the group, and then cast that and have all three go off. It's a lot of damage. Because I'd have the skill of Proxy, which is like 2k, but it scales up really high. That's 8.5k, that's 7k. And again, this doesn't have a lot of damage, this build. If you put on a damage buff. Oh, I put them all in the wrong place. Sorry about that. There we go. So yeah, 5.3k. So you kind of get an idea that this would obviously have a lot more damage on a full build. But even still, it's a lot of delayed damage. If you're on a Warden, you could like Deep Fissure. So instead of Proxy Debt, you'd go around, this would be Deep Fissure. You let the first one go off, and you get them on the second one when it's got a big tooltip. Then you go round, bang, 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 bang. And you'll get 3 explosions. So, like, this is like a really cool idea. I'll show you what Streak was referring to for the gank the Nightblade. So, there's this elemental explosion. It has a really big tooltip. Streak said, would like to duel on PTS and see the skill. Yeah, I'm up for that if you're about. Yeah, if you're about, drop me a message in game. The ice one's really cool. I like how this looks. This looks awesome. This does. I'd probably go fire damage because most people are vampires, just because you get extra damage because they're vampires. But if you did flame damage, and then looking at that would be quite funny. You get a massive shield because you hit loads of people. Lingering Torment. Just seeing how to get any more damage out of this. Probably minor brutal because you got crit. So we're going to chuck this on. What I want to check is, obviously cloak is 3 seconds. This is 2 seconds, but you got to shoot it. You go for brutality on it. I would probably use like rally bat bar. Like, yes, you can get your damage buff on it, but if I'm going to gank build, I'd have my damage buff on the back bar, so I don't need to worry about like bar space because I'm not only using the front bar for damage. So if you went cloak and then you cast this, I think you'd probably have to do this. Throw it and then cloak. So let me do that. Yeah, so you'd have to do that, I think. So I think if you... Can you cast that and sneak? You can, and then it pulls you out on the actual throw out. So that would be quite a cool skill to use. Let me check it against ads. So yeah, what Streak is kind of suggesting, which is a really good use for it, is use that as an AoE burst skill. Kind of like what you did with the old Destro bombing with Dark Convergence and the Ice Staff ultimate. So you'd like lock people in place, pull them into the middle, they get immobilized. They have to eat the Dark Convergence proc. It's a lot of damage. And I think if you synchronize it, Streak, you could get some really funny like kills. The only downside is it's got a 2-second cast time. There's not a lot of time in like sort of real life, but in the game it's quite a bit. The PTS just kicked me off. Let me just load it up. Oh. We'll load it and we'll see if we can get back in. There we go. Yeah. Streak saying the Dark Convergence proc is a bit late, unfortunate. But the AoE is big and the tooltip scale is crazy. It's good. I wouldn't say it's crazy though. Now, if you look at like Soul Tether, it's like Soul Tether. It is. But the problem is that you can't use this with anything else. Like if you want to use this at range, I can't think of a way that you can get a second damage source with this other than like a glyph or a set. So like you could do something like Winterborn, change this to the ice one. So I'm just like thinking out loud here. If we went with frost damage instead, immobilize them because that'd be quite helpful. Because the damage isn't massive. And I'll probably go with brittle still. So I'm just thinking like and what's nice is you can use a lightning staff for this still, by the way. Because it's still ice damage, which is good. So we could then go to sets. And it is arena set. We went with Winterborn. Jewelry and weapons. We're going to put on Tarnish with this as well, by the way. Lightning Staff. So we're just going to try and make something quickly. There's a dungeon set, Tarnished. DLC dungeon. Tarnish has the minor breach on it as well, which is awesome. It's really good. So the question is, will both proc at once? That's one thing that's worth checking quickly. So I'm just thinking like going on that kind of gank idea, if you could put some sets with it. Because you then got 4-6 plus 4-5. So that's like 10k there, plus the 15k tooltip. And obviously if you buff up, all of that will go up a bit. Let's see how much damage that does. Like, as a gank build, like, what does it do? Yeah, no, Streak, if you are on the PTS, by the way, if you could drop me a whisper, I'm happy to try it with you. The in-game name's that. It's literally Unified Dash Gaming. Equally, if you're not on, don't stress. But I'm just thinking, like, it'd be good to see what this will be like on another player. If that makes sense. So we're just going to check whether this would proc Winterborn and Tarnished. So you could do your buff up and you cast it and then push Cloak. Hey! Let me add you to group. I'll travel to your house. Your house is locked. But I think Tarnish procced and Winterborn it looked like on that combo. Yeah, there's a Winterborn, there's a Tarnish. I think the Tarnish was there. How did not a single one of those crit? I love the Tarnish sound. Yeah, no worries. I'm just saying if the Winterborn and Tarnish proc on this. Yeah, that did proc. I saw both proc there. Okay, what other set can we get in that combo? We need to get a monster set now. Because that's three good amounts of damage. That is. So, like, this would be a really good gank build. That was just that is good. Okay, we're gonna go down this route and see can we double make some builds now because I want to see what we can actually do. Can you guys think of any monster set that procs on when you deal damage? I know there's Celestrix, but that's got a delay on it that has, and the damage on it is really low. So I'm trying to think what we could use to give us more damage. Obviously, we can infuse this to get more damage this way and go with like damage glyphs and Divine's Lover. But we'd have the monster set free, so 2 pieces free basically. We can either go with 2 1 pieces or a mythic and a 1 piece. And see, are there any good mythics that we could run for damage? Magnus says running Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty is the trait, isn't it? The Bloodthirsty trait I wouldn't, because the kind of damage switch is about 66% in PvP roughly. So from about 66 downwards, Bloodthirsty is more damage than infused typically. But on a gank build, you are hitting them from 100, so you don't really benefit until they're low health. It will help you with executing if they stay alive. I don't think it will help you with the burst, and that's what we're trying to buff. So I'm thinking of like sets that we could run. Let's look in the monster sets. Armor weapon. This is why I like the PTS, by the way, because you can really test things out and go like, what could we do to break stuff? See, that's heavy attack, so we can't use that. That's heavy attack, so we can't use that. That's not going to help us. On dealing direct damage, you mark an enemy for 6 seconds every 2 seconds after an explosive scamp is spawned. Running just with pets is going to be a bit awkward. That's not going to help us that way. Healing. When you deal damage, you create 10 meter molten earth around you. No. Nope. I'm just having a look now at what we could run with this to get some more like cheese out of it. That's light attacks. When you do damage, you have 10% chance. That's not going to help us really. It's inconsistent. Nope. Yeah, so I can't see any in that side that will be useful. Stormfist, that's a good shout. Like, this could be good, but the percent chance is really low. And it's also a 2-second delay. So this could be good actually. You get a frost snare. It's more the snare. The snare's nice. And you get major brittle. So this could be quite interesting. Because if they don't die, you got the immobilize on the skill, but you got the snare as well. From this and from Winterborn. So they're going to be really like locked in place. Streak says prior maybe. We'll check that in a sec. Dealing direct damage with an area ability creates a meteor, a shadowy whirlwind blade below your enemy for 7 seconds. Okay, yeah, that's pretty decent actually. Yeah, that looks like a good option. Because I was thinking Celestrix, that was my initial thoughts. But it's got a 1.5 second delay. This will proc easily, and it's a stun. So we've got a good chance of getting that stun because they're immobilized. Like even this might be useful because mine are berserk, but you can get that from being behind with the Fighter's Good passive. Yeah, Stormfist is a 10% chance, so that could work. I would probably use Celestrix just because you got a guaranteed chance for it to proc, and this still has a delay. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, so the options for the monster is Prior or Celestrix. Prior is obviously instant damage, which will be very nice. Let's just chuck this on. So we can put this on here. So now that's 3 sets active. Let's just go and check these. I just want to see if all 3 proc on 1 skill. And then for people that are curious what we're doing, we're actually testing to see can we use the Scribing to make an AoE gank build. That's like what we're trying to do. And obviously you could do it on single target. Yeah, and that procs too. That's nice. That is pretty good. That is. I'm not gonna lie. It looks really cool as well. Like as a gank build, it looks really cool. Like you're doing that. Nah. that is cool. Yeah, okay, I need to try that against a player in a sec. Okay, let's go and then jump to our house. You are there. I'm going to jump to our house and I'll open it up So you're welcome to come over here, Streak. And we're going to put some glyphs on. And we're going to see what damage can we get on the tooltip. I'm also wondering, do we run the Vampire Drain skill? The one that actually damages you? Because if we're really trying to maximize the damage out of this... Yeah, no, I need to do the permissions anyway. Browse. Settings. Yeah, anyone can come. Whoosh. So transmute Winterborn Lightning Staff into Sharpened. A pill into Infused. Everything is Divine's perfect. Let's grab the Love Among Us. Right, so that's our Among Us. And we're going to sort out the skills as well and the glyphs. The physical harm won't make any real difference. It's still like weapon and spell damage. Hey, Blasphemous here. So a Streak's here. I can't use that stupid Wonderstone. Yeah, we've got the Lover. I like that you can see the shields now on people. That's really nice. He's on a sulk. I love it. So this does immobilize, brittle. So if I was going to go for a gank build. Oh. So it's pulled me in combat, so I can't change my skills. Let me... I'm not in combat. There you go. So for the gank, we would need to have the Fighters Guild Camo Hunter. On the back bar, we'd have Race Against Time for the minor force. I would honestly use Siphon and Strikes. This is really good. We would need an assassination skill on here. Well, I quite like Incap as an no button. And it means you can just put skills elsewhere, but you could use something like Grim Focus. That would be quite a good option. Relentless Focus can go there. And then we've got 2 skills here. I want to make this a vampire. Yes, we are a vampire. Well, I know we get the I don't know where you get the like vampire thing. We're going to use the drinks instead. Consumables. That if you're a vampire, will corrupt you, increase you to stage 4. We don't want stage 4. Oh, we want one of those and then one of those. It's with stage 3, which will give us the defense as well. What we're doing, we are making a gank build. but using the new skill. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I had to kick you out of the group because you're fighting the skeletons, and I couldn't change skills. What race are we? We're Dark Elf, aren't we? Could probably be Khajiit for this, to be fair. Are we Dark Elf? We look more like human or Breton. Oh, we're High Elf. It'll be similar enough damage to Dark Elf. So we won't need that. I'm just saying there's any skill we can add that's like a passive damage boost that will help us out. Like obviously we can just slot any vampire, any fighter skilled skill. What we'll probably do is I'll go get the vampire passives, and we'll probably try the blood frenzy, and it's 80, so this is a lot of extra damage. We'll just chuckle on that there. I'm gonna just change some CP. You have a perfect tooltip of 10k. The odds of that, eh? But it's an aura. So damage, backstabber. That might have to change though to Wrathful Strikes. I wonder if that's more damage. Magnus is a vamp passives. Yeah, I did grab those, I believe. Yeah, they're on. Yeah, no worries. I was going to just see if we can kill them. So on a gank build, what you try to do, you obviously focus on just killing people. So that's up proc now. That was a lot of damage. That was so much damage. Okay, so that was pretty good. Let me try that again. Okay, we need a little bit more damage, we do. Because that was an almost one-hit kill with just a single button. We are using 3 proc sets. I don't know if this was worth it. Let me try... I'm assuming you can hear me as well, Streak. Streak says in the game, by the way, yeah, kind of a nice gank spell. Build with the right crit damage can be crazy. We could change our race to Khajiit as well. So Vampire on. So we're going to use our Drain and get that up. Oh, that was 20k burst. That was. I don't know. Is that prior set procking? Let me move that skeleton out of the way. You can join the others. There you go. Oh, it does. Okay. So, but. What that has told me though is I need to have another. I need to full up skill. So this time, I'm going to try and gank you. When you get the first hit of damage, can you try and like survive? So I'll try and kill you, and then as soon as you get hit once, that's when you like need to try and live. Full crit build with that. I don't know if I can try in a moment, like with gourmands and stuff. I don't think it will be as good. He got the big ink cap, he did. Yes, I need a stun in there. The damage is nice on it, and for how easy it is to do, like it really chunks his health. So that, yeah, that's like 20k AoE burst. That is just doing that. A lot of damage. Like it's a lot of damage. I'm going to pop to the scribing place and just see can we get any more damage out of that skill. And then we could try it with just pure crit. So command set and he says, bro, that skill comes from nowhere. It's just when you get hit with it, it's just your health bar just goes. We're gonna see if we can get any more damage. So we need the frost to proc the Winterborn. Burning snare. We can try the lingering because it is just extra dot damage. And we might get one tick at least, which could still be enough to get the kill. Yeah, I've been doing the I cast this skill and then hit sneak, so it's a guaranteed crit. It is. Defile does a bit of damage. I think the crit was the brittle will be more useful because that does damage too. We're going to keep the... I want to change it to the dot on there rather than the immobilize. And I'm going to come back. I'm not sure whether the crit would be worth it. I don't think you'll get as much damage as you do from the procs streak. Because if you look at like gank builds, most gank builds use proc sets. This is a lightning staff. Lightning staff of Winterborn. So I'll try again. Let me get behind you. Yeah, so it's a lot of damage. Your shield heals you really quickly. Yeah, let me try that again. Don't have your armor buff on this one, and if you stay that way, it sounds silly. Because sometimes like the positioning, you do need to be right behind them for the flank to trigger. It doesn't always trigger if you're like on the side. It's a bit weird, especially in duels. The damage is definitely there. Throws up a blue ghosty fist. That is called Kragenak's Nightmare or something. It's the, I know the one you mean, you do 5 light attacks and it procs. Yeah, full of. Are you able to face the transmute streak? And what I want to do is just try when you're down. But I'm putting the vampire drain because the range should make no difference on this. Dead. Okay, yeah. So if I animation cancel crush and shock, there's no reaction time. I still, when you don't expect it, I did. This will one-shot most people on a crit build. That was a pretty good that time. Let's try it without the vampire drain. I had the vampire drain going. Fighters Guild. That healing torch, by the way, this is a great skill. It heals, it's a cleanse, and it gives you minor vitality. Really, really strong skill. I'd always attack you when you don't have shields on. Oh, you managed to get the shield on before I got you. Like when you don't expect it, I can imagine it's being disgusting. But that there is just death. That rate, that health there. I feel like we need a stun. I feel that's what I think this lacks. Let me try a Celestrix. That was the other set I was going to try. We'll try Celestrix and see how that works. We did get it out. Sorry about that. We're going to try 2 pieces there. I think you will get away with this. With no shields for this moment. But if you've got a shield, you have like 30k health, 35k health. Well, I wouldn't go for that. Oh, hey, the Celestrix got him. I think we could probably go for. There must be a mythic item that's probably better. Even Marken would probably. Marken and 1 Falcon Scorer could be quite good. Non-attack isn't that crazy. This was Celestrix. I'm going to try 2 single pen sets, I am. What's your resistance on Streak, by the way? Your spell and physical. So you do have a lot of pen resistance. That's good. Because obviously I don't want to like over pen. So 14k pen built in there. which is pretty standard for this type of build. So most of your defense comes from shields. Yeah, well, shields are really good currently. That was. I didn't get the crushing shock because out of range. I reckon I would have had you then with that crushing shock. This way you can see shields are really good for Sulk. I'm surprised they didn't nerf Sulk shields though. If you turn around, let me try and weave light attack in. It's a bit hard to weave with this because of the 2-second channel. Yeah. What's our damage on? Our damage is pretty high. 5.2k. It's kind of... You're not going to get much higher with the sets we use. We can try it as a crit build. I can put Shadow on. I don't think we're going to get much more damage out of this, though. I'll put it to crit in a moment, if you don't mind. Just got the Shadow because this will tell us if we need more, because everything can crit, and I feel like we're having so much pen. Oh, I need to put my race against time on. There you go. See, that was a lot less damage. That was. For the crit build, obviously we need to change race to Khajiit. Let's change to Khajiit, because that's an easy change, that is. Want a race. Yeah, I'm gonna change it to Khajiit and then try that, and then go into like the Gourmand set or whatever it's called. You know, the one that when you... Let me just grab Khajiit quick. The one that gives you like an Order's Wrath, that combo that you see a lot of people use. I forget its name now. Back Alley Command, or Command it's called. That one. Shattered Fate could be nice as well, that's a good one. Alright, so we're Khajiit on this now. Yeah, so what we're testing, if people are curious, is can we make a gank build with one of the new skills? So I need to be close enough to get the weave in. I feel like the initial hit was very similar. I'll try that again. It could have just been lots of... Without combat metrics, it's hard to see the crit chance. You look the other way. When you look at me, you get you take a lot less damage. Because a lot of the damage boost you get is from being behind them, and then the CP for being behind them. So obviously if you don't have those, you see the animations. If you stand still, and I'll just move behind you, okay? I got detected because you're by me. Yeah, we can look at... Let's put the lever back on. You see the animation from stealth? So you... Is that because we're in group? Let me jump out of group. Maybe it's a group path. Yeah, I think that we need... I don't think the monster sets help. The monster sets we can kind of leave as they are, but there's no good monster sets. I think we need a mythic with it. Let me have a look at what mythics there are that might help us. I mean, if you can think of any good mythics as well, obviously, welcome to fire away. Let's try this. This is going to sound a bit out of the box, okay? But hear me out. Let me go mythic items. So what I'm going to try, this is going to look a bit weird, okay? But hear me out. I'm going to try Malakath. And the reason I'm saying Malakath is because yes, we get a big nerf to our crit, but because people have crit resist and they run rallying quite often, I'd wonder. Obviously, this doesn't have any infused or damage glyphs, so I'm gonna have slightly less anyway. But just this will give me a quick feel. I didn't get the Crusher Shock off. Yeah, let me enchant it to infused. What's the new RNG one? That one that gives you debuffs. Like you get buffs and they get debuffs. Where do you get some more enchantments? There we go. Yeah. When you stand, if you could stand still and like don't look at me, because that it sounds daft, but that does actually make a big difference to the damage. In the game. There you go. I think I've got a block in there because of some stars. Yeah, we can try the crit route. I don't think we'll get enough damage with it, but... So you would say Shattered Fate and Gormon's... Do I have food on? I don't really have good food on, but I do have some food on. So Shattered Fate's a crafted set. Good sets. DLC. Is it Blackwood or Necrom? I can't remember where it comes from now. We've got Shattered Fate, so we'll go 5 pieces of that. We'll do jewelry and weapons. We'll swap it for winter. So lightning staff, and then we need some rings. And then we will change all of these to infuse in a moment. Yeah, I need to swap all of this in a second. And then you said try and Gormon's. What's that from? It's Overland DLC. And it's Gormon's. It's a... What kind of set is it? Medium or light? I can't remember. Light armor. So that'll need to be jewelry then. Weapons. And then we want the Shattered Fate. Medium armor pieces. Yeah, so I think we got everything we need there. Sorry about that. I will go. These are all medium. I'm gonna just fix all the traits now. Sheik was saying, fun fact: you can use the war taunt to increase your alliance and still use another drink. Oh, that's cool. These are all divines. And then we need to have that as sharpened. What's our pen? I think a pen will be really high. Yeah, we're pretty much like gonna overpen you if we're not careful. These ones just have one made. They shouldn't make much difference. There you go. Let's just get some jewelry. Pot of monster sets. What would you run instead on there, though? Because at the moment we're just using 2 one pieces, just for extra pen. I think the issue you have though with it, I'll show you, is when you cast the skill, it locks them. The position locks in place. So that's the problem with it. So that wasn't a crit, just so that shows you what it's like if it's not crit. 6,200. I'll do the guaranteed crit now, because a lot of this is focused into crit damage. Okay, that's not on, so let's change that because that's actually important. Okay, that's on. Let's go and change it to sharpened. Yeah, what we're testing is to see can we use that new skill and make a gank build. Obviously, if you're in a group, you can make this like disgusting. Yeah, it was less burst. It's good. The damage is good. I don't know if Shattered is going to help as much. We switch it to Tarnish. I think we need a little bit, like an extra oomph. Because when we had the full proc sets and you face the other way, it was getting you down to 5k health instantly. It's probably a combination of the two things. So on the other combo, that would have killed you. What you generally find is that procs, unfortunately, they do hit harder. Looking at what Windborn was, 6,000. What was Tarnished? 6,300. I still think this would be better. If you stand still, and we just see. Yeah, so I could have gone for the execute like that. We'll try tarnishing Gourmet. That's what I had a minute ago, but the one in the middle. And tarnish, so that's on. That's on. With the 2 one-piece of pen. So then we have the 14k pen, which is a good amount of penetration. So the time to kill is really good on this. I do think you need tarnished. Just can't work out whether Winterborn is better. I feel Winterborn's better, is my gut feel. Let me try that again. You got your shield on. Yeah, so that's you facing me as well, and that almost killed you. What about tarnished and shattered? Lightning Staff of Shattered Fate. I was going to try a tarnish and shattered. Yeah, so we're seeing kind of how you can utilize one of the skills and actually really seeing can build a build around it. You ready? Yeah, leave it there. So this is tarnished and shattered. We'll see how this does. It's really hard to get that weave in the middle. It is really hard. So when you do this, I'm going to try this one. Oh yeah, you put your heal on straight after. Yeah, I think they're all very similar. I haven't like seen the 3 of them. So if you have like tarnish plus something, it hits hard. We can obviously try Order's Wrath with Gourmand. I go for the pure crit. So let's just go get Order's Wrath quickly. Oh, where does Order's Wrath come from? orders, rather than just googling it now, is a high aisle set. Yeah, so I'm just changing, just trying to like a pure crit build. I don't think it'll be great as my gut feel. I could be wrong on this though. Your orders on and back alley on as well. With one Krag, one Valk, because we've got a bit of pen with us. Okay, so this is just basically all crit sets. Yeah, it's not enough damage. The follow-up's nice though. It has like good follow-up damage if it crits, but the burst is not there. What's our crit damage on this? 65, so we're on 115% crit damage. Obviously, you have like crit resist in the class. Yeah, even with this, you need a damage proc set for that. I think as a concept, it's viable if you did it as a duo. If you did it as a duo, you'd probably one-shot most people. Few people would survive 2 of those at once. If you did it by yourself, you have to be picking squishier targets. He said Tarnish was better, yeah. Tarnish is just great. Let me try this. I want to just see how it... Could you do like it into an in cap? I don't think you'd be able to land it easily because of the movement. Oh, I need to put my buff on. It's too slow. Like if you're moving around, I don't think I'll be able to hit you. Can you move around as I do it? I was wondering to see, can I get the in cap on? I don't think I could, is the answer. And we'll try some other skills, like we've built around. If you can land the 2, it's a 1 hit. If you land them together, that is like disgusting. If you don't land the 2 though, it's quite hard to get the kill. What if we did this? Can I try this? I think this might be easier actually to do. Doesn't sound really silly. Okay. Oh, your shield on. Your shield go off. Yeah, if I can do that without your shield, what I'm just wondering because I don't have enough burst with this one skill. Unless you use loads of proc sets. Yeah, when you got your shield on, you're like really tanky. Yeah, I think for that you're probably best with tarnished plus something else. It's all really close. The issue is that you won't be able to hit the end cap against a moving target. It's too slow. This is the speed. That's my channel speed. So that's how fast I move when I'm doing this. And obviously then trying to be close to them for in cap. It's going to be hard. What if we did this? I'm going to try another skill with it from the scribe system that might tip it over the edge and make it a bit easier to use. Because I'm trying to weave the crush and shock and it's really awkward to weave after that skill. Like really awkward. So I'll be like a minute. So we're going to go to Wield Soul. That one. So we've got that all ready to go. Let me go grab that skill. Let me come back to where you are. And I will try that again, but I want to see if I can get the soul magic's craftable skill in there. Because of the oblivion damage on that is really good. There we go. And then I was thinking about an oblivion damage build with like Night Slayer and that set. Do I have soul gems? I think I have soul gems. Yeah, I do. So I probably still need to weave then. Then the issue is the weaving. It's the weaving on that skill. It's a really awkward animation to weave after. So that seems to work pretty okay as a combo. When you cast from stealth though, so I'll show you, if I hit stealth and then I cast it, by the time it lands, I'm out of stealth. Because it's a 2-second cast. And you got the travel time with the projectile. So, let me just try it without the crit. I'm just like, is the crit really that much that needed? Because I've got to just do that into just weave the soul weave. And not worry about the cloak. Because that's what's really making it hard to do cloak. Because in order to get this to crit, you have to cloak once it's in the air. You got your shield on. Yeah, so there's no crits there, so that didn't do it. Can I try this on you? If you put your shield on, can you put on a shield But do you have like a shield that doesn't heal you? So like the light armor shield. What I want to see is I want to see the. Obviously, I can use that. I want to see, can I use these? Can I alternate them for the oblivion damage? That was horrible. That did loads of then. I think my set proc, my tarnish proc as well. Yeah, I want to see if that cooldown on that Oblivion Glyph, is that global or is that per skill? So that's procced, that's procced, that's procced. Okay, that's a lot of damage, that is. Yeah, I think this is like a good utility skill for group play, or for if you want to try and gank maybe. But I think these are like the good skills. Because that oblivion damage is really nice. Like, you're going to burn through soul gems though. Oh, what? Could I try this? I want to see if I can do a different gank. I'm just thinking like with the 2H. Do I have a tankier character? I don't really have many PvP characters on here. Just cleared the ult. I can switch on a character I have. It's if you want to duel properly. I could probably fight you on this, to be honest. If you want. My sustain's pretty low, but we'll make it work. Just need to put on some heals. Give me let me put on my heals after this, okay? That's nice. That's a nice combo. That's so much easier, that is. It's so much easier as a combo. Does it work with concealed? Can I just try it with concealed and then I'll put on the heal? So I won't have my damage buff, but we'll make that work. Ah, there we go. I love the oblivion damage. It gets rid of the bloody shields. That like oblivion spam between the two is horrible. Like, you want to try against me? Let me. I've got some resistances on this. I better put on vigor and stuff. And block. Block will give me loads of resistance anyway. Nice, the oblivion killed me. Yeah, if you want to try the bit on me, I will go and we'll make some. I'll make some different skills, but it's good to test this. The cruel soul and this. It was the curse that had the burst. The overloads hit hard. Obviously, this is a squishy build. I think you're gonna have issues. It puts overload off. Do you have your ult, or is it like turning disabling it? Yeah, that shock and soul was nice. It's a good spammable. That is really good spammable. Did you go with the? It looks like you've gone with the shock one instead of the physical one on your Sork. If you do it again, I will try and fight back. I will. The in-cap of Tarnish is just a horrible combo. And this is a really good execute. Oh, I went to go for the... That was good. The frags up, I think it was. A light attack. I find like with this gank build, you're like very squishy. It's like kill or get killed. There's like no in the middle of this. Cheers for the sub. He's curse ready. Yeah, it's the. I have no resistance on this. The curse is hitting like 8k plus crits. I do have undeathing as well. I don't have a high enough health pool, so I can switch. See what I've got set up over on NA. Yeah, I switch character. I don't think I have one that's 40k health. I think I got my warden over here. I think he's set up pretty well. I think this was Master's Ice Staff, Balog, and something else. Way of the Fire, I think. Oh, Theory. Yeah, this is a tanky boy. I don't know what ring it had. It's meant to have a ring. Is it Sea Serpent over here? I'm doing my back bar skills. You changed the physical version. Oh, this was a 1 bar version. This was a Revoker Sword, wasn't it? Do I have Ogun on here? Okay, I'm going to pop back now. I've got a relatively okay build. So, for people curious, what we're testing is the wheeled soul spammable and whether you want to go down a physical route, so have physical damage to get the minor breach, and use the suffix that gives you major breach. You've got major and minor in your spammable. Or whether you want to go down the route of the shock morph, and go for the shock glyph, so you get the vulnerability with the oblivion bit and the major breach. So you have it as a magicka skill still, but it doesn't have minor breach. It has minor vulnerability instead. And you can obviously fix that by changing your glyph to absorb stamina, so you could get around it that way. I'm back at my house now, by the way, Streak. So what did this run? Yeah, no worries. This is my like magical warden PvP that I actually use. The bat bar, it has, 30k armor. Got lots of heal stacks. Do I have CP on this? Do have CP on this? Not a lot. I've just worked out the CP roughly. I think that with some of the skills I've seen already, I'm thinking how I could probably make the gank Nightblade that I have better. Because the Wreck and Blow into Concealed into that AoE Soul Burst skill would be really good because you can't dodge that bit. Ashley said, did you say... so I just got here. Did you say that there is a skill that is both a spammable and gives prophecy? It gives you. There's one that gives you major breach. I think it has prophecy as well. I need to have a look. The spammable has loads of really good options. I'm just helping Streak. He just wants to test an idea quick, and then I'll switch back to the one where we can check. So if you wait about 5 minutes, I'll be able to switch and show you the options. Okay. Yeah, Streak's just on his way, and then we'll quickly just test. He's on a Magsalk. The Magsalk v Magden. Okay, so that's my armor. So the Sundered Soul hits very hard. For context, that had 30,000 spell resist. And on death. Yeah, 30k resistance. That just chunks your health, doesn't it? That Sundered Soul really chunks your health. That Cruel Soul at the bottom, that's the Oblivion part, by the way. So if people are curious, this is a really good spammable. Really good spammable. Are you using the typical mag build streak? So like Crafty Alphique and just like max magic? I can fight back this time if you want. Oh, it chunks your resources, doesn't it? Yeah, that soul skill is really good. Really, really good skill. If I fight back this time, and we'll just see kind of the survival you have on that. Obviously, this isn't a... I think it's about a patch or two out of date, this one. But it's still pretty viable. You ready? Yeah, that overload hits hard, and that Cruel Soul hits really hard. That's a really good, strong spammable. That is really strong spammable. You don't realise how strong Magsalk is nowadays compared to how it used to be like 3 patches ago. I'll do one more and then I'll switch back. A Sustain is tough. Change to magical. Oh, that Oblivion hit freaking hard there, didn't it? Yeah, Assault is very strong there at the moment. Yeah, it's just so much like sustained damage, and obviously the one thing you really struggle with killing a Sork is their shield is like Coag. How big's your shield? I'm assuming it looks about 12k. It does in a fight. I'm just going to switch to the other one as well quickly, just to show Aisha the thing. I think Sork's S tier. Asher, I think Sork's probably the best PvP class currently. You like the mag version more? I thought you would. To me, it just seems more balanced. You can sustain it easier. It synergizes with your passives because it's shock damage. You get bonus shock damage as a sorcerer, so that will boost that further. We'll go to the Scalarium. But I think Sork's probably one of the strongest classes currently, this patch. The shield is Coag. On my Mag Sork, I have a 13,000 shield with a 7,000 heal in PvP. So that's literally 20,000. That's Coag. But I have Streak, I have Curse, I have Frag. My Frag's 22,000 procs. It's a lot of damage. The only issue you have is that it's all projectiles, it can be dodged. The Soul, Wheeled Soul, these are the things you can modify at the bottom. So you can add Brutality and Sorcery. So that you can make it your damage buff. You can make it give them Major Breach. Or you can make them reduce their damage, which is a really good thing. Nobody really uses this because it's hard to access. You put Defile on them, which is really strong. It empowers, like, yeah. Regen, so basically potions. Our major armor buff or major vitality. So this is a brilliant skill. You can make it as a burst heal. So like you can go healing, for example. Give you back resources, so it's a bit cheaper. And then vitality. And then this will then turn into a heal now. And the heal is 9k. I'll put my damage buff. So this is with 4.8k weapon damage, 23k resource. So it's quite low stats. And it's 11k burst heal. And obviously you've got major mending, which then gives you a lot more healing. Asher says, how does the time in sync with the flight of Snipe? It's got a really fast travel time. I haven't tried it with Snipe specifically, but looking at it, it's one of the fastest projectile skills in the game, it seems. So I'll put on a shock with the Oblivion damage. This is really good. And then if you use something like Defile or Breach, you then got access to your Major Pen, which is quite hard normally to get. So I'd probably use this on the Sniper. Because it's Magicka, I can change it to physical for Stam if I wish. You play on PS5, so you don't get to go to PTS. I'll grab a bow and I just double check, show you the range. You think you've got the spammable. I'm going to go back to my house. I will need to go soon because it is... Well, it's midnight. I thought it was trolling. You run more lights now. I think the that soul skill is very good. As a spammable, it's really good spammable. The wizard says, sorry if it's a noob question, but he's late to this. With scribing skills, we need to level up the scribing skill line or a different thing. it's a different thing. So the way it works is you have to unlock the skill through the guild, which kind of goes to your character, if that makes sense, and then that applies to your account. So a bit like the Infinite Archive achievements. When you buy the upgrades on those, they're not like skill lines, they're just account upgrades. And the way in which to unlock all the affixes and the prefixes and all the different skills is to do the quest. So what you do is you do the story on one character, which will take about 4 to 6 hours. When your character has completed the quests, that then gives you all of the knowledge for the entire, for every account that you have. Then all you have to do is, if you want to put the skills on a new account, or do like different character, sorry, you just literally go to the quest, you pick up and do like 5-minute yes, and then you got all the skills there. So it's not like skill points, it's more follow the story, unlock kind of the ability to craft stuff, and then other characters can do it too if you just do the join the guild type thing. Can I just check the travel on snipe and the twisted soul thing? Just see if they land together. Yeah, they land pretty much at the same time. They do. That's fun. That's good. I love it. Like this. That Oblivion damage is so disgusting. Like, it's so good. And because it deals up to 100% more based on their missing health, it's like an execute. It's really freaking good. That was what was chunking my health. I was fighting a streak on his Sulk, and I got down to like 10k health, and he hit me with that, and I went from 10k to 1k because it hit me, and then the Oblivion just did like 4k damage. So it was like 6-7k damage instant. This, by the way, isn't like a full gank build either. With Ocular Overload, Tarnish is good. Let me grab the actual weapon first and just see. But yeah, that will be the spammable to chuck out with the snipe build. This is like a rough. Yeah, I know the CP you mean. Ah. Honestly, this is disgusting. Like, this is so freaking good. What did that hit you for? I think it was about 9k in total. You had the 2 4000s and a light attack or something. No overload spam. Overload's bad. I don't like it. So is the tech potion on? The Magsalk shield is just ridiculous. I wouldn't be surprised if they do tweak the Magsalk shields soon. Ah, that's alright. I think like it's too much in a skill. When you fight against it, it's really hard to like do any damage to them. That was just using Oblivion damage then to cheese you down. It looks like you can alternate these, so I think that as a combo is a really nice combo. Going to Shock and Soul into Sundering Burst, but you can change that front one to be whatever you like. Yeah, I can really see them looking at Sork. Is that with the Crafty Afik? And it looks like you just max mag. It's the only thing that does. Like you don't have many actual options as a, which is against assault because the shields are so freaking big. Yeah, with that shield size, it's like you've got 35, 40k health. Really hard to burst you down. How big's your shield on your tooltip? It's got to be like 12, 13k. Your shield has got to be about 12, 13k surely. With about a 6 to 8k. Talk. I mean, your hardened ward. You're using talk with the last Aelid King. Because I can't see the size of your shield because I don't have add-ons, but it looks around like 10k. $13,000, yeah. And how much is the heal on it? What's the heal? 7k, 8k? But obviously that'd be like tooltip. $7.5, yeah. So it's a 20k tooltip heal, just really, really high, really high. For context, by the way, my burst heal, if I went down for a burst heal, is 12,000. That's like the difference in heal. I don't think many classes have a 20k build. Yeah, I did talk as well. To test stuff, it's easier. I think when it's that big, you basically have, well, you got 20, is it 38k health? Essentially, what is what you have when you've got a shield on. Which obviously is why it feels so hard to like take you down because you have so much health. And then you push that button. When you push the button, it is like a 20k heal. It's like Coag. It's actually better than Coag. Because that's 13,000 plus 7.5, so that'd be like 3.8 roughly. Yeah, so 14 plus the 9k, which is 4.5k. Is 18.5k every single time. Like Coag does not hit for 18k every cast. And Coag's like the biggest heal in the game typically. That's why I was saying Sulk was really strong at earlier Asia. Or Asha, I think it's pronounced. Because having essentially what is an 18,000 heal was insane. Oh yeah, I can believe it because it hits very hard. Well, kicked out the PTS again. It's well annoying. As you said, I main a talk. I get it, lol. I just think it's very, very strong, this patch. Very, very strong. And it's not to say that, you know, like every patch has their class of the patch type thing. But I don't see how it can sustain, how it can be like left like that. Yeah, you should be a vampire. You'd be even tankier, which would be like ridiculous. The only way to kill Assault is literally to kill them when their shield is off. That is literally the only way to get rid of them. If their shield is on, it's pointless. Because here, like, you're like 38k health. I would not touch that as a ganker. I'd leave it alone. Like, yeah. Just move on, find a different person. Because that's too much to kill. Like, the health is too high. All that will end up happening is I think people will just make the fire builds. Or like Oblivion builds, sorry, for Sulks. Because that's kind of where I am at the moment, is thinking of like using some Oblivion sets. You literally can't get through the shield if you spam it. you see what I mean? Like, they nerfed them though. Mag cost poisons aren't worth it. Literally just look at silk shields are ridiculous. It's like fighting a target dummy, this is. You know what I mean? Is it like they're only somewhat anything that touches shields is? There's nothing that can get rid of the sustain on Sulk. Because it's so easy to build. This won't live live. 11, that Mag Sulk is what's currently on the server. There's nothing in this patch that's been added to make that better. Everything you see currently is how Sulk plays on live. They can literally do that right now. Mag Sulk is ridiculously strong. But you can see, like, I've got damage. But he just has so much healing power from that shield. No, he's using just Hardened Ward. That's all he's using. And the only reason I'm touching his health bar is because my skills have Oblivion damage. Otherwise I won't even get through his shields. And for context, it's like he's using Tarnished, which is like the common Nightblade stuff. It's just really, it's also really good. Really, really good. No worries, Asher. So that's what a Mag Sulk is like. And they are just as strong next patch. Probably better, actually, because they've got a really good spammable now. Yeah, Harden's insane. Literally, like his Harden on that, and it's not, mine's the same, it's 13k. So a 13k Harden with a 7k heal or something he was saying. It's literally like every time he pushes it, it's like a 20k health. I think on my Mag Sulk I have 3,000 magical recovery with 50,000 health and 50,000 magic, sorry, and 33k health. It's like ridiculous how you can build them now. This was a good skill. This is what we were using. I think I was going to go as a Nightblade to snipe. I'd probably use the physical morph of this. But yeah, looking at all the scribed skills, the best ones in my opinion are these two. The Soul, Willed Soul and Soul Burst are really good. Really, really good. I'm going to go in a sec because it's like gone midnight. Can I try one thing though? I want to try one thing, if that's alright. I just want to try and see what the damage would be like. Let me put these together. I was wondering if it would add more burst to help solve your shield. Because your shield is very, very strong. Found any good defensive skills? There's some good heals. Ironically, you can make actually a pretty good stamina healer now. Like some of the stamina heals are really freaking good. This is a great heal. So I made my Fighters Guild into a heal, and this is really good. So when we buff up, and again, look at my damage. It's only 4.5k, so it's not huge. It's 6,600, but it's 3 hits. So 6, 12, 18,000 plus the extra 1,800. So you're looking 19,800. So 20,000 health as your heal. It removes negative effects and it gives you minor vitality. Like, this is a really good heal. Bush, bush, bush. It heals you and it heals allies. There's no target cap. You can just spam this. So if you're in group play and you're all just running around, it's Vigor, but it's AoE, and it's a lot quicker. You go with Vigor. Vigor is 16,000 over 5 seconds. That's 20,000 over 2 seconds. It's so much more bursty, and it's also a cleanse, and it's minor vitality on top. So that is a really good skill. I really like this for healing. You can make it where you give resources. That's not great though, in my opinion. Or when you do take 30% less damage, this is really good. So if you're low health and you have this version of it, what you can then do is use this as like an all no button. So if I pop back into my house and I show you like how much that mitigation is, that 30% mitigation is huge. Like, it's really, really high. Are you still at the house, Streak? Yes, he is. Yep. If you could like attack me, I've got 22k health. I want to just show the difference of just me. I'm just gonna spam this and just look at the like how easy it is for me to survive doing that. Okay, ready? You can see like, and I'm so much easier. Use my potion there. So I'm out of stamina now, but for context, I'll show you without doing that, and I'll show you with Vigor. So I'll do the same thing now with Vigor, and then you can watch the difference. And you'll see what I mean. So I don't get that 30% mitigation, and I don't get as big a heal. Alright, ready? Spamming Vigor. I'm also pushing Sneak too to try and hide. I'm dead. But the mitigation difference is huge. So Healing Torch is a very, very good skill. That was a nice burst. That was a good burst. That was a good burst. Ah, I found a way around it. I found a way around the shields. I'm using another scribe skill with it, is a delayed burst skill. That solves the problem. If you put your shields on again, and like, it was this. This is really good. Oh. Because I'm just staying back. I really like that torture. That torture was great. Definitely get some lag on the PTS. They're really laggy tonight. Like on this bit. I feel like I can do more damage to you and get you more in a like. You have to retreat or be more mindful about what you do. Is that oblivion damage is so like crucial versus assault. But this is quite a good skill as like a burst skill. This is quite decent. You can spam this too. But this is great. This is great. That's great. This is my favourite spammable. Really good. Am I out of soul gems yet? Probably am actually. Yeah, I'm probably out. Let me go get some soul gems. So I don't think I've been getting the oblivion damage properly. I'm just getting that procs. I'm literally gonna go in like probably gonna go in about 5 minutes. Can I just double check again because I didn't have any soul gems, and that will obviously affect the damage quite drastically. Yeah, yeah. Okay, with the soul gems, I can just out DPS your shields. I think. Can I just alternate the two skills? I want to see if I can just, if that's actually enough oblivion damage to stop you healing. And cheers for helping Tess, by the way, Streak. It's been really helpful. Because this is what people will do. People will just run this. Because if you can alternate this. Yeah, so it looks like I need to get you a little bit lower for that to work. But yeah, I do need to go because I've got work in the morning. Yeah, no, that was really good though. That was like the options you have to kind of really customize your build is really good. I just want to show a really few quick highlights just for people going, what kind of skills can you make? Because it'll take like 30 seconds or so. And then I kind of will call it there. If you want to make it for next time streak, I'm more than happy. I'll probably be on Saturday and doing some like more testing. Just going on to the Scholarium, just some of the really good skills we found earlier. Starting with Elemental Explosion. The best use for this, in my opinion, would be something like Trauma. And then you could go and use the Immobilize and Defile. If you use Trauma, the Immobilize and Strike and Defile, you've got a skill that will stop people healing, it locks them in place, and it hits them Defile. This is really good for group play. The issue is it can be a bit awkward, so it's more for towers. This will stop other people healing, and it's an AoE, so you can just use, one or two of these, and you've got a really good sort of area of sort of like denial almost, because people can't heal in that, and it's going to be really painful against them. Another good option for this was using a frost damage version of this. This goes to like 18,000 fully buffed. And then you can then chuck on either to get the Immobilize or you can get the Dot. I quite prefer the Immobilize in all honesty, having tried both. And the Brittle. If you had the Frost version, this becomes like an AoE gank build. So we were using this with Winterborn and Tarnished Nightmare. It had about 20 to 22,000 burst. So it had a decent amount of burst with just one skill. But like with one button, 20 odd K burst was good. So that's kind of how you use this skill. The healing one, Mendes, this is kind of good for having the ability to give people a decent heal over time with 1k health per second, which is a lot. But when you add in Sage's Remedy, so healing or Sage's Remedy, and you add in something like Vitality at the bottom, you then give them essentially about 2,000-3,000 health every second, plus the Vitality on top. So this becomes a really good heal over time. It's like a better radiating regen. It does apply to one person, but you can attach this to lots of people at once, so it's a really good skill. You could also swap the Vitality if they have that and go for Heroism, which is also good for PvP. Or you can give them more Sustain. It's the minor regen buffs, which are good. You also have access to Courage, which you do get from sets, so Vitality was a good option. Shield Throw I found a bit gimmicky, in all honesty. If you want to do like damage on a sword and shield, you can with one of these, either magic or physical. I found this was more of a utility like skill. So you basically use it to knock people away. And then you can then use this to do fences parry, so that way you block the next hit coming into you. Or you can use something like the Swiftness or the Sage, but it didn't really have much going for it. The Smash 2H, this was a AoE cleave, so you could use Bleed, and you could go and pair this with Immobilize, or Leeching was quite good, because you get extra healing with this, because it's an AoE. And you could go with something like Maim or Mangle, which will reduce people's max health, which is quite good for PvP. The Breach was good because it's minor breach, and you don't always get access to that, so you had a really good way to do this. And this was quite a good AoE cleave. It had about a 10k tooltip fully buffed on a full build. What you could do, which was really interesting with this, is if I take these off, you could make it into a healing skill, which was really interesting. So the heal version of this, with Sage's Remedy, you can end up giving people essentially a heal, like a mini burst heal, a small heal over time, and a movement buff. So this is quite a good way to just give people healing as you move around, plus speed. You can obviously add Vitality with this too. The Sage's Remedy isn't the best though. I thought the Druid one's good because you get stamina back, and that obviously gives it to you and allies, so you can give people stamina, which is really good. And the Crusader's Defiance was also good because you can give snare immunity. So this becomes essentially, with the Expedition, this is like an AoE race against time. So this was a really good skill, plus you get a heal. So I thought it was really good. You could obviously use the shield too, but the heal's generally better. So I thought this was a really good kind of skill, and I quite liked how the healing smash worked. The travelling knife, it didn't really have much going for it in my opinion. It was more of a PvE skill. With how you build it, you're not going to use it in PvP much. The damage is kind of like a nice spammable, but there are better spammables in class kits, so I just wouldn't use this. The Vault was a really good escape tool, so this really benefited from like Immobilize, Hunter's Snare, and then Expedition. So you'd kind of use this with Rush of Agony. The idea is that you'd Lotus Fan into somebody or ambush into a person, which will proc Rush of Agony, and then you cast a skill. It jumps you back. So if you think of Streak, it's Streak, but you go backwards. You then lock people in place where they are. They also get a 40% snare, and you get a 15% movement speed. So when you cast this, you basically jump backwards, so you're away from them now, so you're safe. They can't get you because they're immobilized, and if they do, they're slow, and you've got a speed advantage. So this was a really good getaway button. If you did want to, you could obviously change the snare to be a small heal. I personally wouldn't do that. I think the snare is more useful. You then come to the world skills. You have Soul Burst and Wield Soul. Soul Burst, you can make it to an AoE heal around you. And you can obviously chuck in the healing over time. Or mini cleanse. On a Warden, this was quite good because the Warden class mastery added a snare. And if people didn't get snared because they couldn't be, you then got resources back. That I personally thought Soul Burst with healing, Crusader's Defiance, and then something like Expedition was nice because it's a heal, it's a mini cleanse, and it's also a speed boost. You could change this if you want to give them minor resolve to give them so they don't have to run vigor, or you give them regen or courage. So I thought this was a really good way to have like an AoE heal that's also a mini cleanse. It's only one thing, but you can spam it if you build it right. And there's no target cap. If you want to make this into a damage skill, you want to go generally physical or shock. Physical proc Saundered, minor breach. Shock will proc vulnerability, minor the minor vulnerability, sorry, which is 5% damage taken, I think. You then use the Anchorite's Cruelty, which basically uses Oblivion damage if you have soul gems. Really, really good. And you can put like AoE breach. This is minor breach, so just do bear that in mind. So if you do go down to physical, which I did earlier, and then the breach, they kind of doubled over, like stack. So I would personally go shock and then breach. Or if I'm going physical, go physical and change the breach to something like courage. That way you've got damage, and then more damage. Obviously, if you need more sustain and stuff, you can do that. For the Wield Soul, this is like the spammable, so it's your range spammable basically. This can become a burst heal, so if your class lacks a good burst heal, healing was really good with Sage's Remedy or Druid's Resurgence. The Resurgence is quite nice because it gave you healing. The Potency, you could get Alt Gem, but I don't think it's worth it because the Alt Gem's like, it's just not a lot. And you use Vitality. So this will give you a burst heal with some resources back and Major Vitality. So this is a really good skill. I quite like the Sage, but I'll probably use Druid and use that as a pseudo burst heal. The burst heal power of this is similar to that of like the Templar burst heal, so you kind of get an idea. If you want to do it as a damage skill, it's the same as the Soul Burst. You go either with physical, in my opinion, minor breach, cruelty, and this time you can get major breach though. So by doing it this way, what you end up getting is a skill that can give you minor and major breach in one skill as a spammable, which is really good. You also then have the Oblivion damage. The only drawback is it costs stamina, so it's really hard to sustain. So if you change this to shock damage and just use an absorb stamina glyph instead on the weapon, you then have a skill that procs minor vulnerability, your glyph procs minor breach, you got major breach from this skill, and you got the Oblivion damage, which doubles if they get below half health, of scaling up. So this ends up becoming like a pseudo execute skill as well. So this becomes a really versatile skill. So this was one of my favourite like configurations of this skill for PvP. It worked really well. You then had Torchbearer, which I showed the healing torch I was using. So healing, Gladiator's Tenacity, that makes you really tanky when you cast this, and then Vitality. This was a really good way to have an AoE heal that when you do it, you're not going to be killed because you are stupidly tanky. But if you did want to, you could go with a Warrior's Opportunity, which increases damage done to enemies with disabling effects by 10% with each sweep. So this puts a debuff on them. So you could like be behind your group and heal your group as they push forward and debuff the enemies. Or you could go with the Defiance, which is really good. This is kind of like a cleanse. So I would personally use this. It's a stamina cleanse and it's a heal. It's really good. If you want to use this for a damage skill, it's not the best because it's an AoE channel and you can be bashed with this. Same with the healing, but because you're in the front doing damage, you're going to be bashed and not really get the damage off. And then whilst you're doing this, you can't light stack in between, so you do lose a lot of DPS. So for me personally, I'd use this as a healing skill or like a knockback or stun. The stun's quite nice because it slows them, immobilizes them, then stuns them. You then have Alfred's Contingency, which when you cast this, the following cast then procs the previous effect. This is really good as like pseudo burst damage. So you class something like Fame damage with Warrior's Opportunity for an extra 2000 damage on the hit and vulnerability. With this combo, when you attack people, what you end up getting is a skill that when it like triggers, it does like initial 6-7k damage. It will do a buff to you that will give you another 2000 damage if you hit them again. And you also get the minor vulnerability. This was really good. The damage side of this was like, it was good for kind of that use, but beyond that, not so much. I then think with the other bits like the immobilize and stuff, it's got some uses, but because you have to cast this on you and then do something else, you're gonna have to preempt it. So what you could do is use this as a burst ability when you push into a group. So you cast the immobilize, and then when you go into a group, you then do the AoE. So you have to be fully buffed up, then cast this skill ready to push. So then the next time you cast the skill, you've got an immobilize already charged. More often than not, that you just want the extra damage. And these other ones are kind of like, they're okay, but the snare can be quite useful. But more often than not, you're going to use this as a damage skill. And then Trample was a bit of a weird skill. This, I thought, had probably the best use, in my opinion, was Trauma. The damage is too low. It's a channel. You can't do anything while you weave it. Well, while you cast it, you can't weave. But what you can do is use Trauma with this. And you can go down and use Immobilize and Strike. And then Defile. This becomes an anti-heal. If you want, you could also add Savagery. So someone did ask about Savagery. You can get this through this skill here. So if for PvE, this is a good way to get this buff if you don't have it already. I personally would use the Defile, Immobilize and Strike, and Trauma. What this does, and I'll show you now, is when you use this, you can move it and use it though. So as I cast it, I can move as I'm casting it. And what that means is I can like move around and aim it. So when I'm round a corner, I can push it, get around the corner, and then release it. So if you're kiting in PvP and you're going to push into a group of people, you run around the corner, cast the skill, knowing they're going to follow you, and then release it on them. By doing so, what you end up doing is you end up putting, let me buff up. Again, this is with 4k weapon damage. It's not huge, it will go much higher. 4.5k healing absorption, so it takes 4.5k of their heals, it locks them in place and it defiles them. What's really good with this is that the healing absorption went on a build with like 5-6k weapon damage, was like 6,000-7,000, so it was pretty good. Like it negates most of a burst heal. So this could be a really good way to counter ball groups, or if you're in a kind of small scale group and you're being pushed, cast this round. When you push into the group and you go to ult dump them, they can't heal. So that was a really good use for that skill. The Dispel you could use if you are in places where there's a lot of AoEs, but it's not really good for PvP. So, and I've tried removing that shield from enemies, and the damage applies first, then the removal of the shield. So this isn't worth it because you don't get any damage out of this. If it was the other way around, the shield got took off and then they got damaged, this will be really good. So I don't use this basically. You could use it as a knockback, which is like a stun. So this is like a javelin stun type thing where it pushes them back, and this is a stun that puts them on the floor. Trauma is the better use. But that's kind of all the skills and how I would personally use them for PvP. You can obviously tweak them to be much more niche and nuanced to what you need. But I think that kind of set there gives you the real kind of, this is what this can really add to my class. Really good spammable or burst heal, good AoE ability. You've got debuffs that you can't normally get access to, like healing absorption. That's really, nothing has that. So that's a really good buff to get. You then obviously have access to a good AoE heal, which could be a cleanse or a movement skill. Or it could be a resource sustain. So you've got some really good extra healing options, a good spammable, a delayed burst skill in effect, and then a really big AoE if you want to just try and do AoE ganking. But that's kind of how I'd use this. I'll probably make a proper video showcasing some more skills and so on. So obviously comment stuff, like all that stuff helps. Streak said he's ready with his like 60k mag build. I do need to go though because it is like, was it 1:20 in the morning. Sib was just saying they should probably increase the damage of the torch. 2-second channel is a lifetime for that amount of damage. Yes, when I compared it, the damage, it was essentially 2 spammables. So if you got spammable was 9,000, which what mine was, it was 18,000 something. So it was literally 2 spammables. It should be 2 spammables and a bit to account for the lost light stack. That would then fix that. But even then, the channel is not. It's a channel. That's the problem in PvP. As a heal, you're running away at that point. You're not going to be worried about being interrupted. Really good heal as a damage skill is so-so. But I'm going to call it here because it is very, very late where I am. If you get any questions though about obviously the skills and stuff, then leave a comment down below and I'll do my best to answer. But I'm going to call it there. I'm going to say just a massive thanks to Streak for helping test. I know it can be a bit obviously tedious at times, but it does really, really help. And obviously just having a dummy to try a gank build and stuff with the new skills is really, really helpful. So yeah, just a big, big thanks. I'm going to catch you in the next video though, guys, or on the next stream. I'm just saying obviously a big thanks to everyone at Patreon and stuff. Thanks for watching. Take care and bye.